is valuable and it is going to help them, then you wouldn't have hesitation or concern about reaching out to anybody, right?
And we're going to go into that a little bit more in depth to help handle that mindset. But what is a lead defined that is actually deserving of you to follow up? 60 days. See, if we're actually working on building our business, and every day we're talking to new people, we're going to establish new leads. Then all of a sudden I get so many, the time following up with them takes so much time that I don't have time to find new leads. So then I'm going to change it to where it's anybody who's going to be buying or selling in 30 days or less. And I'm going to be so good at prospecting that it will get to the point where I reduce it down to 7 to 10 days.
Okay, a lot of agents make the mistake of not following up. Okay, I just had an agent who was following up with a FSBO for a little bit, and then he missed a week and they found out this was somebody else. Okay, so the way, if we're working it properly, we make the initial contact, we put the initial contacts into our lead follow-up database. We keep making contacts, and before we know it, our lead follow-up database is much larger than our initial contact. Okay, that's when we start to churn out 2, 3, 4, 5 listings a month, because our lead follow-up pipeline is so full because of all the initial contacts we have been making. Okay, initial contact feeds to lead follow-up falls to, leads to conversion leads to business. Okay, focus, lead follow-up is one of the most important aspects of your business.
So speaking of the aspect of lead follow-up, the question is there in your book. What are you doing to follow up on leads? Write down what that is. Write down what you're using to follow up on leads. Good news is everybody's writing.
Yeah. That's good.
Okay. We'll talk more about that. But you must have something. One of the biggest things that Alex and I have discovered over the last 12 months as to people's failure to produce, what's the obvious one? Failure to do what? Well, prospect. What's the secondary one if they're prospecting? And why do they not follow up more than anything else? They don't have anything to follow up with. They don't have the tool or the system. So work with your manager. If you're producing under the rate that you want, we've been talking about this. If you're not where you want to be, as managers, as leaders within your office, we don't want to allow you to fail. See, if we're not talking to you about your goals, your income, you getting where you want to be, we're allowing it. And it's a change that we're focused to this year. So if your manager's coming to you and talking about your income, your goals, it's because they care. It's not a disciplinary thing that they're trying to make happen. We just want to move you where you want to go. To do that, sometimes we just got to call you out. These are written right in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Memorize these questions. I still haven't got them in as much as I should. But what a great introductory question to somebody who's thinking about selling or someone who's thinking about buying. Two really great questions. And it uses what I refer to as future framing. Everybody lives in the present. Luigi did a great job with a few in his office yesterday talking about this. People have a tendency to live in the present and make decisions in the present. And they should be thinking about the future. And that's what these two questions do. So again, they're there, they're in the book, highlight them, memorize those, make sure you use those. They'll get you some great lead-ins to the additional things that you're going to need to close for the appointments, for the contracts. We're just about there, or where are we at time-wise? Oh, well, let's break it right now. So here's what I want you to do. If you didn't do your live video, do it. Do it. Otherwise, just put another nail in the coffin of your career. Do it. See you in 15 minutes. At my watch, we'll call that 10:50. See you back at 10:50.
What's up? Feel strong? Me too. Hey, I'm here. I have two of the industry's giants right behind me. The older looking gentleman who's twice my age, Darwin, is trying to tell me how to do real estate, which he has 3 times the amount of knowledge. The guy here right over here, half my age, better looking, still better than I am. That's not the reason why I'm talking. I have a buyer that wants to buy a house, $500,000 to $600,000 northeast Oakland County. He's ready, willing, and able to buy. He is ready to go. If anybody has anybody in northeast Oakland County who's thinking about listing a house for $500,000, $600,000 house, you send a direct message to me, Steve Unruh. Thanks. These guys right here, they're all right.
Call Steve Unruh. There you go.
How was that?
That was beautiful, man.
Okay.
Okay, Tristan, did you do it yet? Yeah. It's going to require a lot of work, but it will give you specific activities and assignments. You guys just went for a ride there.
Can you stand here?
Yeah. Funny guy.
Yeah, that's gonna make a difference. Huh? To get your- Goes on different channels.
They're both like. I didn't even, I was ready to throw it out. I'm like, you know, hey, there's only four of us over here. Take that.
Just want to give you a little feedback. This is my, at least for me, but you know, I've been through the other one, so this is very good. What makes it so much better this time? I don't know what it is. It's well, maybe it's because I've been through it before, and it's you guys probably were saying the same thing before. Yeah. But it just makes sense. The flow and everything. The pressure. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It's because this makes sense every step. Anyway, this seems not that. And the thing is, I'm doing a lot of the other things, reading books and things like this to, I look at the training as like a skill. And I'm doing the other things. And what it's doing is like that one on SOI. It's basically reinforcing what you've already said about SOI. And like I told you before that training, I'm really not doing the SOIs right now. I gotta be contacting them like 40 times a year, absolutely. You know. So anyway, that's very good. Thank you, I appreciate that.
That just means I got all the-
VO2.
What was?
VO2. Sweet.
So we weren't on. Hey, let's start to find our ways back to the seats.
We got 12 pages to get through.
I'm showing 1050. Hey, let's roll. Anybody have anything exciting to happen over lunch? I mean, break? Lunch, not yet. What, milk duds? That was the exciting part?
Thanks for sharing.
Doggone kids. Anybody have anything exciting at 15-minute break? Everybody got their videos done? Awesome. All right. What page are we on?
10.
Just checking to make sure you guys are there. Actually, it's just a great way of getting you guys ready. All right, business capital.
You gotta turn Motley Crue off.
Couldn't even hear it before. So business capital. Let's say I decided to retire from real estate. What do I have to sell? It's your book of business. And that's what we're referring to as business capital. It is a book of business. It is names, emails, phone numbers, addresses of all the people that you've done business with over your career. If we simplify it for most of us, we need to look at it as our sphere of influence. People that we know. I don't want to rush through this because you are likely to have success because you've worked your sphere of influence and then you continue to build upon it, adding to it, or you've done nothing with it and it will cause your failure. So you have a menu in front of you, and the only option is sphere of influence. Enjoy it and go talk to them.
Your SOI should be the foundation of your business, you guys. That's where the majority of your business should be coming from.
We're going to make some really steep points with this. I put it this way. The sphere of influence is the rock upon which you will build your business. It's not likely to be FSBOs. It is not likely to be expires. It is not likely because you bought it from, you name any of them. Zillow. Talk to the people that you know. Make sure that they know what you do and that you're good at it.
And it's a simple I mean, I have agents that literally just call them and don't even ask for business. Just say, hey, how you doing? How's the family? How's work? What's new? And just by staying in constant contact with those people, he gets referrals from his SOI all the time.
I can tell you, if we talk to everybody that's a producer in here, the bulk of their business is coming from the people that they know.
And your past clients are a part of your SOI. Okay, that is a huge book of business that a lot of agents forget about. Once they close and you forget about it. No, those are people that can refer you future business, right? Because if you have a listing that you sell, they gave you one deal. And if you just leave them at that, it's one. But if you continue to follow up, check in, see how they're doing, see how the house is doing, what's new, that one transaction you got can turn to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 because of the referrals you're going to get.
That's how business gets really easy. So it takes a lot of hard work. The numbers that I put up here, they're actually achievable. Who's in their first year? Jonathan, how much can you make in your first year?
At least 100,000.
Jonathan, why did I ask you?
I did 4 million in production last year, my first year.
Well, for those who didn't hear online, Jonathan Dugan out of the Fenton office. Actually, you started in November of 2020. Am I right?
Yes.
Thereabouts?
Yes, so my first full year.
So first full year actually was only with a 2-month head start to your first full year. So when we talk about 4 million, he did that in 14 months. So 100,000,
It's actually more, but
a little bit more.
He's analytical if you didn't, you didn't notice.
So yes, even analyticals have great hope. 100,000 is very feasible in your first year. It's just you choose to do what is necessary to make it happen.
And you have to believe it's real. Because if you don't believe it's realistic for you, and if you don't believe you can't do it, it ain't gonna happen. Okay?
If you do 100 first year, 150 becomes easy. Because all you've got to do is the same activities that you did in the first year, but now you got all these people who know how good you are at it, who tell other people about it. So the 250 becomes easy after that.
And
Go
think,
talk to people.
and think about it. You gotta manifest it, right? What would your life look like? What would your business look like if you made 100, 150, $200,000? What would you be able to do? Where would you be able to go? What would you be able to have? What would you be able to give? You know, you gotta think about those things because again, that's all part of the motivation factor of it.
So who's your sphere of influence? This is group participation time. Who's in the sphere of influence? Who is it? Okay, who else? And ex-coworkers? What is it? People from school. Wait, well, wait a minute, but I graduated 25 years ago.
Yeah, right.
It-
Yeah.
All right, it was 43.
They still have a single room back then?
That was good. I'm just looking to see if there's kick me on the back there or something.
Still have a single room.
It's a hostile crowd.
Melissa, actually. Melissa at Taco Bell. Guys, here's where I want to take a little bit of time on this because what we've realized is that we limit who we will consider our sphere of influence. And you can't do it. You can't do, you know somebody and you go, yeah, but they were, or I don't have their number. I don't have their email address. So we don't even put them on. And I always bring up, and that's what Bob was throwing out, I share the story. I used to eat Taco Bell a lot. Like probably minimum 3 days a week. And sometimes twice in the same day. It was Mountain Dew and Taco Bell.
This is prior to his heart attack.
Yeah, it was. It's amazing how a heart attack is. The only known one causes you to change things a little bit anyway. But I always bring up the example of Melissa because I go to Taco Bell. Melissa and I would talk to each other like we've known each other forever. And the thought would be this. All I know is her name is Melissa and she takes orders at Taco Bell. But if I were getting into real estate, Melissa is part of my sphere of influence. Do you see? There's a relationship. Do we know whether or not she knows any other real estate agent? No idea. And what if she does? I just got to be one that she knows better than the others and believes that I'm the best one. Because if they do, they'll call you. They will call you as long as you make sure they know what you do and that you're good at it.
I mean, I got my hair cut yesterday and the girl that's cut my hair told me she has someone who's looking to buy a home. And I got a referral for it. It's that simple. The more people you talk to, the more people know what you do, the more opportunities you're going to generate for yourself.
So think of anybody. And then you need to create the list, but we'll talk about that shortly. So it's simply this, it's any and all people you know, and you need to get to know them. And you need to continue to get to know more people. Again, we're going to talk about that more. But definitely talk to those that you already know. John?
Yeah, I had an incident. One thing you gotta always do is make sure they know or wear something that shows that you're part of the real estate world. You know, C21, Coldwell Bank, or whatever it may be. Well, I was in Penny's about a month ago, and I had my Century 21 shirt on. And the gal at the counter was like, you still sell real estate? I'm like, oh yeah, I do. I'm Century 21. Well, I'm Chuck's niece, and I'm looking to buy a house. So we wrote an offer last night, and Chuck happened to call me last night and said, oh, by the way, there's this house that just came on the market yesterday that I want to go see. Can you take me tonight? So already 2 deals from just being present at that, with them getting to know the family. And it's just a family member of a friend that I know them through.
John, you bring up a great point. And as I look around the room, including the 2 guys in front, there's real estate agents, and then there's we secret agents. Many of you know what I'm talking about. Who knows that I sell real estate just by looking at me? Can you tell? Can you when you look at him?
Everything is legal, don't worry. I follow the law.
That was good. No, that's great. I gotta remember
That was the
that
first
one.
time I've heard that one.
Yeah. I always tell him he looks like Elvis, for those that are old enough to understand that one. Elvis. All right.
I got one more comment to make. We're on a roll here today. So Alex said something about, especially with your listings and your sellers follow up. And another thing, another source of business is that when you sell your listing, follow up on that buyer that buys your house.
Yeah.
Because 90% of the time that agent's gonna forget about them. I've gotten probably
all the time.
5 deals from a buyer that bought one of my listings 5 or 8 years ago. Because that agent never followed up. Nothing. I would do some passive stuff to them, send them out some information, calendars, postcards, whatever it may be, Christmas cards, something personal. And they finally say, well, how do you know me? And they would say, well, we bought the house from the agent, but you were the listing agent.
I gotta tell you that it's interesting when you think about the turnover in real estate, right? And that you consider that only 10% of the people are doing 90% of the business. And even in that 10%, there's a great deal of them who will fall out over time. If you're the long-lasting one, I think it was, man, I'm dating myself with this one, Tom Hopkins. All right. Tommy Hopkins came up with the REOs, real estate orphans. They were people that actually had a real estate agent, and that agent passed out of the business. Who's left over? As long as you adopt them, you add them to your sphere of influence. Put them into the preferred client club, use the continuity program, follow up with them. But I'll tell you a big key, you need to follow up with them. You need to establish the relationship because their agent is going to fall off. Now, by the way, if I ask people to confess, there would be a lot of experienced agents in this room who would confess that they haven't talked to people that they closed a deal with in the past year. It's only on this side of the room. Good. Talk to your people. If you don't, somebody else is going to. So I want you to picture this, and this is in your book. You can write the numbers right along with this. These are statistically proven. And I'm only using 300 because for a lot of people, if I said 500 right now, you wouldn't think that's even possible. When we talk to individuals, we say, how many people are in your sphere of influence? The number is commonly under 100. And I'm going, what? Unless if you've just moved here, you know more than 100 people. You've put in place limiting beliefs as to who is your sphere of influence. If somebody comes to mind, write it down. Okay? Here's the potential of that list, and if we work them properly, what you should have. So let's take 300 people with the average American moving every 10 years. Then of the 300 people, 30 people would move every year. On average, 30 of them would move. plus get 5 because there's the referrals. Plus get 5 just because of ancillary business or double dips or anything else that you consider. So I'm just saying, that's potential. But even if we forget the potential, this, Alex and I know are true. And we refer to it as the rule of 500. You know, 500 people, you should have 50 closed sides of business. 500 people in your sphere of influence, business capital, will produce 50 sides of business should you work them correctly. Anything to add to that?
If you work them correctly, right? Because you can have 500 people, but if you never talk to them, how in the world could you expect them to give you any business? Right? We got to earn that business by staying in touch, letting them know who we are and what we do, and that you're here to help. We're not annoying them. We're here to offer support and value of them or anyone else they need to know is looking to buy or sell. That's what we do. Okay?
So how do we do this? How do we make it work? Well, it's a database. We have to be moved into the digital world, have a spreadsheet, have contacts, use something to where you have all these people. And here's the reason that we've got to build this. All of us have had this experience. Talking with someone you haven't seen in a while, or I'm just getting up and rolling. Have you heard it yet, Adriana? Gee, I wish I'd have known that you were in the business. Okay, not yet, but you will. And if you haven't, by the way, who's under 1 year right now? 1 year, under 1 year. Okay, I'm trying to remember faces. Who's under 6 months? Okay, 3 months? 2?
1 week.
1 week? Tristan wins. Okay, I want to get a little bit of a feel. If you haven't heard that, you haven't talked to enough people yet. Have you heard it yet?
No.
You got to talk to more people. I know it's been a week.
We're working on it.
Slacker, yeah, gee whiz. Who's your mentor?
God.
Hey, Scott's a good guy.
All right,
Chill
all
out,
right.
Scott.
Wow, you've got him working out, man.
But the point is when we do hear this, it's nobody's fault but our own, right? Because we didn't follow up, we neglected our SOI, and they're not going to wait around for us to get to them. They're going to find somebody else.
Of course, there's the other one to go along with that you got in there. And that is you're driving home one day and you see a sign in front of your neighbor and you get pissed off.
It's a low blow.
Low blow. How dare this neighbor who I've never met list their house not knowing that I'm a real estate agent? How dare they? And we are guilty, aren't we? We are by the way, I mean, I've heard the stories, but I know I do the same thing. I'm kind of getting over it, but my wife still hasn't. Because did you see the neighbors list her home? I said, yeah. Well, I said, honey, have you talked to them? Do you even know them? Because I haven't. Hard to be upset when you think of it from those simplistic terms. All right. So who's your business capital? We already talked. Sphere of influence, family, friends, your past customers, clients. These are all in your book, right? What is it the best do to be able to work their sphere of influence? One, they automate the process. Now, was that a sneeze?
Yeah, I know.
You just let it go. Oh, okay. Yeah. They categorize it so that they can work it in different directions.
And a lot of agents ask me, well, what should I be using for a CRM? What's the best CRM? Look, you need to use whatever it is you're going to use. Whether that's, the CRM database that we have, you use an Excel sheet, you use no cards. I don't care what it is. As long as you have something in place that is going to work for you and you are going to use it, is what you should be using.
The one that you will use is the best one. So we know that automation, digital, that's best. But if you don't use it, then it's useless. Go buy a 3x5 file card box with 1 through 31. It's better than the one you're not using. But to fully do this, we need to be automated and we need to have a CRM. Again, we don't care what it is. We've got a great new product. Bob's going to be coming up here shortly and sharing with us a little bit more about automating your business, what CRMs and so on, what we can do to be actively passive. But I want you to do this. I put in here consider, but it's consider what these numbers look like. So what if I did just move here? What if I really only have 50 people in my sphere of influence list? Is that you? Okay. Talk to people you don't know. That's the simple answer. Talk to people you don't know. I'm going to come back to you just a second, bud. What if I add 5 days a week, just one person? But that's only 5 people. But you only work 48 weeks. You took 4 off from real estate. Not a bad idea if you can actually make it work to take 1 week off every quarter. Recharge, get your batteries going. Burnout is a real thing. You would have 240 that you add in that 1 year. So now you're at 300. And it only took a year. And all it was, I focus on adding one person. Leslie, it's the little things that I need to focus on that will get me to the big dream. 1 a day. That's all you got to do. Add 1 a day while talking to all of those that you already have in it. Real estate is really simple. All I've got to do is go talk to people. Isn't it, Steve?
How you talk.
It makes a difference too, doesn't it? Yeah, it's interesting. You bring up a great point. Think of the last thing you bought. Was it shoes or a car or, what was it you bought and there was a salesperson you worked with? Everybody got that scenario? Got that salesperson in mind? Why did you buy from that salesperson?
He addressed me first. Before any other salesperson, when I walked in, he's the first to come in.
How many of you bought, because I'm going to simplify it, the salesperson was there? Right? Occasionally we're going to go to someone because we know them and they're good at what they're doing. Well, my suggestion is that we simply be there. If we're not there, we can't even get the business. Now we're just sitting back waiting for something to happen. And we all know what happens to our careers if we do that. But here's where Steve's going with what his comment was. You didn't even know this, but
He said I was pretty. That's why I bought.
you didn't hear him, did you? Guys, this is Steve Unruh. He's just a comedian on the side. Steve said it was because I was pretty. That's what he told me. That was funny. It was supposed to be. Sorry, Steve, it just didn't deliver.
First one, you got time.
Oh, time. Oh, that was just off. Guys, here's where Steve was going with his comment. You need to be good when you're there. But it all starts with simply being there.
Yeah. And a lot of times it's not even so much that the best agent wins the job, it's the one that shows up the most. Okay, the one that's consistently following up, putting in the time, putting in the effort, that is going to get that business. And there may be better agents out there, but if you show up most, you get better odds than not you're going to get it.
So how do I get Leslie to ask a question.
Well, it wasn't really a question, it's a comment. So
Ah.
on this, they're good friends, I see all the time, but they mentioned one time they were considering moving on the lake. And so her husband had this house, so every so often when a new house would pop up, I just sent them the house. I've sent them houses for probably 2 years straight. This summer, they bought a $1.3 million house. I'm like, who are you? And just called me up, hey, we want to see this house. But that's all I did. Every time one popped up, hey, did you happen to see this? Hey, did you happen to see this? And then they sold their house, and that was over a $500,000.
That's $2 million in production right there.
From one person. That's terrible.
It's all- Right.
I was just gonna add, I don't think Chris is in the room, but talking about, and I'm gonna talk about my son, so he's not in the room. But anyway, when we go to buy something, it never fails, and this is a way to add to your spirit. And if you need Chris to come with you when you're buying something, you'll be sure to get a spirit and number, but every single person we buy something from, he's asking them if they're interested in getting in real estate. I mean, it doesn't matter, especially if you like something, you know, oh, you ever thought about selling real estate? Are you happy with your job here? I'm like, he's got a job, but okay. You know, but, so that's a way to add to your sphere. It's just ask them, you
Ask.
know, and then you might, so that might sound like recruiting, but really, then they say, well, no, I'm happy. Well, do you own a home? You know, like it sort of opens a conversation.
I gotta tell you, it was funny because I used to do that so much that it was, by the way, would you ever consider a career in real estate? Because we'd go out for lunch, go out for dinner, and you know, if I was with my kids, they always heard me ask. They did it so much, it's like they asked for me. They literally got to the point, and they still do it today. They say, you still haven't asked. By the way, before look, do you ever consider a career in real estate? They bring it up for me because I did it so much.
And that's a key point of selling. We have to ask, we don't tell. Anything you can tell somebody, you can ask, okay? We should be asking a bunch of questions. That's how you sell.
And that's gonna come. So here's a simple formula. Many of you have heard the 4-4-12, 365. We need to be really good at this simplified process. Do this, you'll have a 10%. I'm not gonna say a 10% return, but if you've got 500, you'll do 50 deals. Not all 50 will come because of your sphere of influence or your business capital, but you'll do 50 deals. And people go, yeah, no, I don't think so. I've got 500. I don't do 50 deals. Listen, I got 600 and I don't do 50. You want to know why? Say it out loud for me, Joseph.
You don't talk to
I don't talk to them. So I did a lowly 3.8 million last year. For those who don't know, I do what this is now full-time. I also officiate high school football. That's Thursday and Friday nights. During the winter, well, it was 2 yesterday. It's 2 on Monday, 1 tonight. I'll do 2 on Thursday, and I'll do 2 more on Friday. So how do I do 3.8 full-time job plus? I work my tail off. But you know what? I love what I do. I don't work anymore. Chris pays me to do this. That's crazy. I love it. I don't have time to talk to them. You know what would happen if I talked to my sphere of influence? I couldn't do this. Strangely, but I couldn't do it. There wouldn't be time. That 3.8, if I talked to them, would probably be 15 million. That tells you how much I love doing what I do. Because that'd make me a lot more money. That isn't what it's about. So see, I know my purpose. Good Lord put me here to be able to give back. And I've had 35 years in this business and a lot of education. And I love to give back. There's nothing better than like when we do the awards this year. And this guy now understands why. But that little role that he gets to play, although he's just a young punk. He's like a proud father, the way that I feel when I see you guys reaching those levels of success that you've been able to achieve. Figure out your purpose. But above all else, know your purpose, know what you want, know that this group here is what will get you there. But you have to talk to them, because I'm really great at 4. I'm a little shaky on 12 because things have changed in our system, but Bob's going to tell us the new one that's going to help us out with that. And I'm great with the 365. I should say my wife is great with the 4 because she does all of it. They're just newsletters. You can do anything. We're going to introduce you to the personal marketing company as an option. Send them something, but you have to invest. 12 to 24. What's our new tool, Bob, real quick?
Moxie Engage.
Moxie Engage. And of course, 365 with social media. What's our tool for that, Bob? Core listing for the 365 social media?
Core listing machine.
You can see the donuts are starting to wear off just slightly.
Wait till I get on stage.
Oh, no. Here we go. All right.
We skipped a big part.
Oh, go ahead.
That agents miss a lot. You guys, your current business is a lead source. So your listings, your buyers that are under contract, that in itself is a lead source. You got to leverage that. Hey, you know, it was great to work with you. Thank you for the opportunity. Who else do you know that I can help buy or sell a home? That's it. Ask your current clients for business throughout the transaction. Okay, that's a lead source.
The best time to ask them is right after they signed a contract.
Yep.
And I mean, like, they just bottom line a purchase agreement. Now's the time. By the way, who else do you know that would be looking to buy a home?
And if you're looking to get reviews and you actually want them to complete the reviews, the best time to do that is right before closing. So you send it to them right before closing with the other closing docs and say, hey, here are your closing docs, by the way. If you wouldn't mind filling this out, let me know how your experience was. I'd appreciate it. And then you confirm that they did it when you're at the closing. So that way you get solid reviews by doing that.
Hold their check hostage.
Yep, absolutely.
Hold their check hostage. That would be really interesting. You might be able to do it. You're bigger than I am. Ignore him.
Okay.
No, go ahead, Joseph.
Just repeat what you said there again about the reviews.
Yeah, so you want to ask for reviews right prior to closing. So that way you send it out to them with their closing documents, they get a chance to review everything. And then when you show up to closing, you want to confirm that they got it and they completed it. So that way you actually get your reviews posted.
How about if you want to do a video
Absolutely, yeah, that too. Or take a picture with them.
or take a picture?
Yep, take a picture, it's big, post it on social media, tag them in it, so everyone on their timeline sees it. Absolutely.
Everybody likes this guy.
Yeah.
Now, it's been requested by those out there in Zoom world that you share with them too.
What part?
Right.
They can't see it.
They can't see you.
Oh, they want to see it? He only went, "Ugh," and then he died. I think he's been an irritating monkey for too long. I wouldn't leave you guys hanging without seeing the irritating monkey.
Got a monkey on the back.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you more than you know.
Anything for you.
You can imagine how he feels. See, it's already irritating him.
Choking me.
You should see it when he actually works and his legs are back and forth and just, you know, that it's an irritating monkey. It's the voice in your head. Here, I won't make you do
Okay.
that forever.
Thank you.
Sorry, he's a little heavy, actually. That voice inside your head.
We all got it.
It's the one that tells you you can't, you shouldn't, helps you come up with reasonable excuses. But of course, we all know what they say about excuses. I won't say it. See me afterward if you need to know.
The cleaner version is you can either have excuses or results, but you can't have both.
So you get this thought in your head that I can't call them, and it's because you feel like you're using them. Okay? Are you?
Yeah, and if you are thinking that, you gotta question your intent, because if that's what you're thinking, what's causing you to believe that? Are you really just trying to use people? Is that why you're thinking that? Or is it because you may not be self-confident in what you're offering?
I gotta think, it's not that you're using them, you just don't know what you're doing for them. And until you change your mindset, guess what? You're using them. And if you are, all right, accept it and then do it anyway.
Yeah, otherwise it's justifying your inaction, right? Well, there's no point. Nobody's gonna answer. It's too early. I can't call this early. It's too late. I don't wanna call them. They're not gonna answer the phone. Oh, no one's answering the phone. What's the point of making these calls? If I call Fisbel, they're getting 100 different calls. Why would I do that? I don't wanna follow up. They obviously don't need me. They're trying to sell it themselves. All these things are justifying your inaction, which is gonna continue to not act because you're justifying every action not to do so. And it's a huge mindset shift.
Now, excuse me, when I say this is not being disrespectful. This is having a fierce conversation with you. And I say that because COVID-19 comes up, all right? Door knocking doesn't work. It's old school, or you can't because of COVID-19. Let's address the first part, that door knocking doesn't work. Who's knocked on doors? Who's knocked on doors within the last 30 days? Oh, you guys are awesome.
It's cold.
But it's cold, tough. Go do it anyway. You'll probably have higher levels of success during the winter when it's cold outside than you will during the summer. You want to know why? It's cold outside. What was it, Jess?
I said everybody's gonna think you're the toughest girls forever, because you're knocking on doors in 10-degree weather, and they're all home because they're trying to stay home.
So everybody's gonna think you're the great realtor because you're working that hard. You're out knocking on doors in the cold. How long are they gonna stand there and talk to you? Well, maybe they won't answer the door. Great, go knock on one that they will. Who's knocked on doors and got listings because of it?
My first house,
Very first one?
very first one. I had my license one day, knocked on a door, go list with you, and they did. Wow. So I thought it was easy.
Well, you gotta go do it again for it to work. That's,
I changed the way I knocked. I didn't stand out the right, knock loud, say realtor.
should I tell them your past?
Not a dancer.
Steve's a retired Michigan State trooper, by the way. So Steve's, when he's going, just picture it. Open up! I just want to know if you want to sell.
We know you're in there.
Don't make me go to the back door. We had to change his approach, obviously. Door knocking does work. You'll have a higher rate of success than you will if you were actually picking up the telephone, talking to people by text. If you, here, anybody heard of a pop by? I'm just gonna pop by. Do that with your sphere of influence. You can literally just pop by. A lot of people, like in the summer, I've heard of Costco or Sam's. They've got the little condiment carrier thing for $5-6. They'll just keep a supply of those in the car, and when they drive by somebody that they know, they'll pop by and say, I was just thinking about you. Just wanted to give you a little condiment. How's summer? Gives them an opportunity to stop and talk. And then what are people going to ask? Starts this way for them. How's
Real estate.
Oh, you guys aren't talking to enough people. That's why you haven't heard it.
Or if you just took a listing in a neighborhood, go door knock the neighborhood. Hey, I just listed this home. It's coming on the market at the end of the week. It's X amount of bedrooms, X amount of bathrooms, X amount of square feet. We're gonna be coming on at X amount of price. Who do you know maybe looking to move in the neighborhood? Do it when you sell one. Hey, we just sold this home. We had 25 showings on it. We had 5 offers. Do you have anyone else in the neighborhood who may be thinking about selling? I have a lot of people that want to buy. Okay? Because how many times have you seen a house go up, it sells, and another one pops right up after? Right? So that way you're getting in the door first, and you're soliciting unsolicited leads at that point because nobody other agent is talking to those people.
So let's talk COVID-19. And again, I want to be respectful of this. I'm not downplaying it. It's here. We've got to deal with it, right? If somebody calls and says, hi, I want to buy a house, what are we going to do? So apparently we deal with it. If somebody's,
We deal with someone bothering us, calling us saying they want to buy a house, right?
but we're going to deal with it. We're going to deal with it in a way that we're going to be comfortable with. If we're not, are we using it as an excuse? And again, this is, I wish if anybody was considering this, that I could get one-on-one, because it would be me coaching as to what you do. Because if we just stay holed up, our career is dying and we're not in real estate.
I had agents in the middle of the pandemic back in 2020 that didn't slow down at all. They actually picked up. We did virtual listing appointments. We did virtual showings. We did virtual closing. So there's ways to get around it. And the agents that took action during that time, their business exploded.
So here's what I want to acknowledge. It's out there. As a matter of fact, I think we can all accept now it's not, have you had it, but when will you get it? And hopefully our system is the kind that allows us to get past it. Live life. Live life. It ain't going away. Okay? So again, I address that respectfully because I want everyone to know that that's where we're at, that it's here, it ain't going away. We're probably all going to get it sometime. And, you know, God's love upon us, we make it through it. All right? But don't let it become an excuse for it killing your career. All right? Door knocking will work, and it will work well. How many of you know Kyle Matta? Okay. Kyle Matta is one of our top producers on the gold side of things. Kyle does like 20,
I think it was 28.
27, 28 million. And then you go, well, okay, so Kyle's out knocking on doors. Last I knew, he'd done it a couple of weeks.
Yeah, downtown Rochester, because he needs $1 million house for a buyer that he has. There's no inventory.
Wait a minute.
We'll figure.
In Darwin, 5 years ago, he did about 2.5 million.
He works it.
I mean, think about it. So 2.5 million now is up to 27, 28. And he's knocking on doors, which doesn't work.
Yeah.
And he's knocking on doors in Rochester's?
And got a buyer out of it too.
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
but it couldn't work with $1 million. Well, because
They're all the
people,
same, $100,000, $1 million, they all have the same service they need.
limiting beliefs, they're no more than a reasonable excuse for you to not go out and knock on doors. But do you want to continue to make the living that you're making, or do you want to make 27, 28? Do you want to do 20 or 15? It works if you'll work it. It doesn't matter. I don't care if it's Rochester, Dryden, or out, okay, in Birmingham. It works. Doesn't matter if it's a $50,000 house, 300,000 or $1 million. It works. but it said no soliciting on the door. Then don't solicit. Ask for their help. If they get mad at you because you're asking for help, oh well. What brings you out today? Well, got a buyer who's looking for a home that's this neighborhood, this price range. I'm just curious, which one of your neighbors is going to be making a move anytime in the near future? That was easy. It's always, and you know, how we make those points, it just gets really quiet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why would they want to work with me? Change your mindset. I'm busy enough already. Reasonable excuse, or are you really happy with your income? I got to think that if you're happy with your income, you probably wouldn't be here. You're looking for ways to do more, or you want to do more in less time.
Just think what your buyer thinks that if you're knocking at someone's door to get that listing.
I agree. Say again, John.
Just think what your buyer is thinking of you as an agent, that you're knocking on doors that the house is being listed at, you could show them.
Yeah, I mean, picture this. I don't know, everybody said, I used to do this. And let me just give you a scenario of what that looks like. I put buyers in my car. I'm comfortable with that. All right. I have the $1 million in case I do something stupid or I can't drive or somebody else can't drive and decides to run into me and they sue me. I'm covered. Okay. And by the way, go from 500,000 to $1 million is like pennies. So you should have that coverage anyway. But I tell them, look, if we're driving around and you see a house that looks good, sign in the front yard or not, if you just go, oh boy, if that one was available, I'd buy it. I want you to point it out. Because what I'll do is I'll stop by that house. I'll knock on their door and see whether or not they've had any interest in selling. Now, is that a service that all agents provide? How many of you have told the buyer that that's something you would do for them as a service? 1, 2, okay. So maybe 10% of the group. That's a consistent number too.
10%, yeah.
What if you actually did it while they were in the car? They go, ugh.
Ooh.
And you go, Hi, my name's Darwin. I'm with Century 21 Town and Country. Reason I stopped by is I'm out with these buyers. They happen to point out your home. They had a great, wonderful thought about it. And they said, you know, if it was available, they'd love to see it. Curious, you had any thought about selling this house? And then they do this. What's the impression your buyers are doing? Sitting in your car while you're knocking on that door. He's the man. Brenda did this?
I had clients who were looking in Bloomfield, and my client says, you know, I've always liked that home. But I said, it's not on the market. I said, but I'll pull up and knock on the door, see if they're interested in selling. And they thought that I was crazy. I'm gonna go up there and knock on that door. She said, yes, I'm gonna go knock on the door. And I did. There was nobody there. I left the card at the door, but
I'm going to give you something that you can leave that will actually be, it'll get calls. It'll get you calls. So what, for those who didn't hear, Brenda was here and she said that she actually did this. It was in Bloomfield Hills. But it's the impression, because she actually, the buyer said, we've always loved that house. And so she stopped, went and knocked on the door. And of course, the buyers, the impression that you gave them is huge. That's, you're gonna, yeah. Well, Brenda, I know you're pretty, but you're a little weird to it. How awesome. I love it. I love it. And again, the referrals that you got because of what you've just done as a service to them, it's not something they expect to see.
What would you said you write something that they would respond to.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll let you know what it is.
I have great news. Please give me a call. Give it to him, man. Run tight timeline here.
It's coming, it's in the book. Guy doesn't know how to dangle a carrot at all, I'm telling you.
You'll find it later on in the book. You didn't hear what I just said, okay?
Erase
Right.
all of that. Doggone drivers. You gotta have a little bit of fun. Where's the expressive in here?
I did. I sat for about 5 seconds. And I was all right. Let's go. Let's move on.
Thank you, Alex.
You're
So
welcome.
how do we actually take care of this voice inside our head? The irritating monkey that you've got there. Just first identify that it is there. And it's just trash talking.
Mhm.
It's just trash talking. That's where you gotta see that.
And I'd ask yourself why it's happening, right? Like, why am I telling myself I shouldn't make these calls? Or why am I telling myself I shouldn't go door knock? Like, what is leading to that, right? And also, what's the worst that can happen? What is the worst possible scenario if I go and call someone? If I call for sale by owner? Am I gonna get yelled at? Are they gonna hang
Slam
up
the door
on me?
me.
I mean, is my world gonna come to an end? No, move on. You know, it's no big deal. It's just self-sabotage.
What we're talking about are affirmations. Who does affirmations, by the way? Show of hands. Great, good for you. Rest of you do the same thing, but you're probably negative. We all do affirmations. Most of the time they're silent. And they're negative. They come out in a way that it's saying you can't do that. You
Yeah.
shouldn't do that. This is going to happen. You know, if you do this. And that's great. I mean, Alex said it, self-sabotaging.
Yeah, you are who you think you are. So if you think you're not qualified, if you think you're not skilled, if you think you're not knowledgeable, then you're going to come across that way, right? And a good check-in is, you know, where are you at with your self-confidence? What do you think of yourself, right? Because when you really break it down, self-confidence is just the reputation you have of yourself. If you think highly of yourself, then you're going to conduct your life that way. If you think low of yourself, that's going to transpire as well.
Bottom line is you need to compensate with the positive self-talk.
Just a positive self-confidence, not how confident your mask looks, it's actually you can't try as hard as you want to put this aura out there or
Yep.
a facade, but the facade is not what matters. It matters what's behind that mask and make them match.
Yes.
You can't fool yourself. Yep. Caroline, you have some that?
I was just say, if you think you're not worth your goals, you don't set your goals.
Say it again.
If you think you're not worth your goals, you don't set your goals.
If you don't think you're worth your goals, you won't set your goals.
And you'll avoid goal setting, and you'll avoid accountability, and you'll avoid discipline.
So much of what we have to work with in real estate is what's between our ears. And so let me throw a thought out to you, because this lands with a lot of people. I just shared it with a group in Troy. I believe it was yesterday. We talked about this, but it's this simple. Typically, we're not who we think we are. We're not who others think we are. But we're likely to become what we think others think we are. It's not what you think, it's not what others think. It's what you think others think that we have a tendency to become. So all you've got to do is change your own personal self-image in the way that you think about all of the things that we have to do, including what we're going to give you over the rest of today, next Wednesday, and the Wednesday after that.
Mhm.
So you need to just simply start compensating, shutting off that voice, delete. You can even say, delete. I don't accept your negative, because others will say this kind of stuff. And you just say, you know what? I don't accept your affirmation. I don't accept your statement.
You know, it's funny because a lot of people we hang around can be very, very, very negative, right? Oh, I'm trying to do this. Oh, you sure you want to do that? Do you think it's going to work out? Well, how much are you going to make? Well, I don't think it's a good idea. That seems pretty risky. Are you sure you want to do that? So it's funny too, because when I hang around friends, they always say I really don't talk much because I'm always listening. Right? I want to listen to what people are saying, because they're really telling me about where they're at and what they think of themselves, right? And so if you really want to learn about who somebody is, ask them a bunch of questions and listen, and you'll find out very quickly where they're at. Okay? So be careful about who you surround yourself with as well.
Deborah, can I share a little bit about what we talked yesterday about in that fear? One of the reasons people won't do open houses is because of personal safety. Okay? Another reason people won't knock on doors is because of personal safety. You know why some people won't do the real estate business? Personal safety. I mean, let's think about what we do. We get a perfect stranger who calls in about a house, who says, gee, I'd love to see this house. And where do you meet them at? We're all guilty if I'm right. If you're not guilty of this, good for you. But we'll go jump in our car, go to a house we've never seen before, to meet a human being we've never met before, and put ourselves inside of a vacant house. But yet we won't go knock on a door where we're going to a neighborhood we've chosen to go knock on doors that we've chosen to go knock on with people who aren't even expecting us to come. You can see where, look, it's reasonable to be worried about our personal safety, yet that limiting belief can impact your income. So I'm not saying, no, we shouldn't be worried about our personal safety. No, absolutely. Don't meet people at homes. Meet them in the office. Meet them at McDonald's. Go through a qualifying process. That's taking care of our personal safety. But yet we can't worry about going out and knocking on a door in downtown Rochester or Bloomfield Hills or Clarkston or Brandon or out on the east side and Freight. Look, guys, there's places where we probably shouldn't go knock on doors. But if I'm right, I don't know why we would knock on doors in those neighborhoods. Because I don't want $5,000 listings or 20,000. Look, if I'm going to go knock on a door, let me go knock on the ones that are going to make it worthwhile, where I can control my average sale price. Limiting beliefs. If that crap is in your head, talk to your manager and help you get over it. Okay. Now, again, that's real. I'm not making fun of that. But you've got to get past that stuff that's going to limit you and keep you from making those contacts.
Keep a baseball bat in your trunk for a little peace of mind, just in case.
Oh, the legitimate concerns. Here's a legitimate concern. You know what? If I call, somebody might say yes.
Yes.
By the way, it's a legitimate concern. And what you're going is, if I call, they say yes, I don't know what to do. I mean, like, we do this one all the time for FSBOs, because just think of this, you ask a FSBO, and if they were just thinking and acted or responded based upon the facts, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that I could actually net you more money and you could pay me 6% and get more money, and I do all the work, than what you do if you sell it by yourself. Wouldn't it make sense that you'd list your home with me? Answer is, yeah, why wouldn't you? So you go, oh crap, they just said yes.
Right.
How am I going to prove that? So guess what we don't do? We won't call. That's a legitimate concern. So if that is your concern, what do? You find out how you could actually net them more. And believe it. Should we give them that?
Well, that's not till day 2, isn't it?
I know, and neither was the other stuff that you gave them. I love it, man. Feel the fear.
Yeah, you got, when you feel the fear, that's a good thing, because that means that you're outside your comfort zone, and that's where growth comes from, right? So So you really got two options. I can either choose to grow or I can choose to stay where I'm at. So when you feel that fear, or if you're picking up that phone and your hand starts shaking and your voice is cracking because you're praying to God that Fizzle doesn't answer the phone, say, look, I'm making a decision. I know what I'm doing is going to be a little scary, but it's part of growth and it's something I have to do because I'm committed to growing as a person and I'm growing as my business. Okay. Embrace that fear. Don't run away from it because once you do it, it's almost always never as bad as you thought it was going to be. Okay.
Jeff?
I heard it put this way, right, something's true. Do what you fear, and the fear will disappear.
Yep. 100%.
Do what you fear and the fear will disappear.
And that's, how do you build bravery? How do you build self-confidence? Is you take on fear head on. You embrace it. You say, I know I'm scared. I'm not going to try and hide it, but I'm still going to choose to do this, even though I'm not comfortable doing it because I know I have to do it and I know it's part of the growth. And by the next time you have to do that same activity, you're not scared because you've already proven yourself you can do it.
It's like jumping out of a plane, Jeff. When you land, the fear's gone, or you landed without a parachute and you're not thinking about anything at that point anyway.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about it.
No longer worried. Cut the feeling of being annoyed, that you're annoying. Meaning this, you've got to find the value. Give them something. See, you feel annoying because it's about you. Make it about them. Give them something of value. That will compensate for that basic me.
You want to call some of the coaching clients about those?
That would be a great idea.
All right. So I got a couple of you here. So I want to call on one of you to share that's in the coaching program that was holding you back prior to getting into the program, and what was that decision-making factor that helped you decide to get into it? So one of you raise your hand or I'm going to call on you.
What's the question?
What was holding you back
From getting it.
prior into coaching? Yeah. And then what was that decision-making factor that helped push you into making that commitment? Yeah.
Hi, and speak loudly.
Hello, my name is Jennifer. Can you hear me?
You can hear her?
I can
hear you fine.
My fear was making phone calls. I had to call Fizbo's. But what made me push forward to do it was listening to everybody's success, listening to Dawn and how it brought me.
And what's happened since then?
I've averaged almost a listing a week because of it.
A listing a week. What? A listing appointment a week.
Oh, thanks for sharing with me.
She told me, which is why
Oh, thanks for sharing with me.
you weren't listening. I told you, you just weren't listening.
She's crushing it,
That's phenomenal.
but she's embraced it too.
And how long have you been with her? 3 months?
3 months,
3 months.
but she has completely embraced and let go of, I don't want to say the fears,
Wait a minute.
but the apprehension of, I just have to do it.
I'm not afraid to make the phone calls. Like,
So what market are you in?
Yeah.
Yale?
Yeah.
You got enough homes up there that you can list a house once a week?
I go all over the place, but I live like 50 minutes from Yale. But I'll drive an hour and a half, depending on where it's at, all over.
And who's your coach?
Done.
Wait a minute. So other people than Alex are available for coaching? And they do a good job?
So far, so good, right?
Awesome.
So, and how long have you been in it?
About 2 months.
I think we're starting great.
So you're taking a listing a week. My guess is that you've pretty much already paid for your coaching for the entire year plus the next, how many years? Yeah, you don't have to calculate that out. I made my point. A listing a week.
In just a matter of 2 months.
And that's only calling Fizbo's right now.
Yeah.
Where we just kind of taken that avenue first, but like for fear and all that is still to come as far as how to maximize that. So this is just.
Tip of the iceberg. Was a part of it because you had somebody that was making you do it, not to mention you were paying her to make you do it? Would you have done it without her?
No. Because it was like you found a reason to not call it FISBO. Like when I first started real estate, like 6-7 years ago, I would call it FISBO. One of my first listings was FISBO. But then after that, it's like, for some reason I got scared. And I didn't call them again.
You know what fear is short for?
False evidence appearing real.
Yeah.
You created it.
One of the things that we talked about a couple weeks ago.
Hold on, Dawn.
Yep.
And Alex touched on it. She was prepping, she was rehearsing her listing presentation. And I said, that's great, you know, be ready so that when, you know, and I said, so how did your calls go? I didn't get to my calls. And I said, okay, so you're practicing a listing presentation for a listing that we don't have. You have to make your contacts first. And that then let the rest fall in place. But the contacts are the most important thing, talking to people. So as soon as she.
Because she said to me, if you don't make your calls and get appointments, that listing presentation doesn't no good.
So.
Oh, shit.
And that's kind of, you know, in 2-3 months, when you build that skill set up, you build your confidence up. It's not so much as a bad thing anymore. It's like, okay, I know what I have to do. I'm going to go do it now. And I have the confidence in the ability to do it. It's just a matter of staying disciplined with it. Okay? Because if you call it for sale by owner, you knew exactly how to approach it. You knew what questions to ask. You knew how to handle objections. And you knew what information you needed to set that appointment. Would you call one? Of course, right?
Anyone else want to share what helped them overcome?
I'm not sharing that. I just want to say how super impressed I am with that. I mean, like, I don't know you, but Yale is our smallest market, really. I mean, I don't know volume wise, but that is like, you guys, super impressive. So I think you need to get work.
Let me add, I was injured in the middle of this too, and still did it.
Good for you. So an injury, but you still made your contacts.
I did, I was working from home, I fell down 15 stairs.
Oh.
And she still did it.
I still did.
Her injury was from falling down 15 stairs, not flights, just 15 steps. Of which she pops up, I'm okay.
Oh, someone got a hand up.
I will go any and everywhere my clients want me to go. I don't have any limitations. I've been to Grand Blanc, I've been to the Macomb area, everywhere. So in my travels, I'm not seeing a lot of FISBOs. So my hat is off to you. I don't have an issue with calling, but I'm more apt to stop. If I'm driving and I see a FISBO, I'm pulling over and I'm gonna go knock on the door. If I don't get a response, then I'll take the information and make a follow-up call. But I'm just not seeing these signs in the yards from FISBOs like that.
Yeah, so there's not as many, and I don't think there's as many actually working them any longer.
Yeah.
But one of the keys is, we're not on FISBOs, but let me give you a little secret. She already shared it. When you see a for sale by owner sign, not just applying the brake and writing down a phone number.
That you're never gonna
not actually
call.
Applying it to stop and grab a flyer, but actually to get out of the car and go knock on the door. Try it. You might be surprised. Jess, didn't you do that way back when after the very first boot camp? It was like I said, go call or go knock and you got a FISBO. Strange how stuff works. Really strange. Yeah, let's move it. Move it, move it. There's a song about that too. Provide the value, guys. All we're saying is, here's a long list of things that you have available to offer that people would find value in. Hold this, because when we get to the point of talking closing process, we're going to offer something they would find value in. These are just a few. But when you offer something, when you give something, then it's okay to ask for something in return. It should help you in feeling better about what you're doing. I think all of these are in the book, right? So we can go right on by. It's there. And it's been very important for us to make sure that we spend the time working the sphere of influence. How do we work actively passive? Well, recent studies showed that 29% of realtors' business came from repeat and referral business. Let's round it to say 30%. Repeat and referral, that's when life gets really easy. But that leaves 71% from all the other sources. So it's not just the sphere of influence. Can be, once you built enough, big enough base, that's what you work. You're still going to get business from other sources simply because you've got signs out in the front yards. But that's still, again, 71% is coming from other sources. So I want you to think, give me $10, I'll give you $100. Is there anybody who wouldn't do it? You'd do it, right? What if you were actually mailing on a regular basis? What if you were marketing regularly online? Now, I would hope with what we're doing that you're all there. But if you don't have the stuff set up in Core Listing Machine, you need to do that in the other tools. If you're not set, get with your manager. And of course, Bob's going to be here, can talk to you and maybe give you a little assist while we're here today. What if you were broadcasting text messages? What if you were just doing a text message and engaging people in conversation that way? What if you were making monthly marketing offers, something they find value in? What if you were marketing regularly, the broadcasting text that went backwards? Compelling offer. You're going to do marketing, you got to have a compelling offer. Send them an updated value. What's going on in the marketplace? Talk to them about your Dream Home Finder program or the Perfect Match program. If you're going, what is that? Nothing but a slick name that you can give something to that. Think of the things that you do and give it a slick name. How about the Unlisted Home Finder program? How about I have a buyer? Steve came up at the break. Guess what he did? Hey, guys, I'm out here at this place learning how to be able to do, but here's the reason I want to come out. I'm working with a buyer. You even gave their name, didn't you? Or, no, you didn't on this one. I got a price that's working in. If you got a home or know somebody that does, you need to call me today. 30 seconds. Great job, too. Hey. Deb's right behind you.
I meant because by proxy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Guys, there's things, but you can't just send out stuff and expect people to return with a phone call. You have to have something of value. And you can take this a long, long way. Like, Susan, what's it called for the house? Want to sell your house, immediate offer?
Instant buyer.
Want to sell, we'll make you a cash offer. What if you had an investor who on any listing would give you a cash offer? Might it get you in front of people?
I set that up recently. I'm in a neighborhood where I'm constantly getting those like, we would like to buy your home at blah, 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 McArthur. And I'm like, I'm gonna call this guy back. And so I talked to him for a minute and I said, you know, I'm a realtor. And if I was gonna sell my home, I can myself. But I deal with a lot of listings and, you know, here's a guarantee program I like to offer. And he's like, yeah, put my name down. Anything that comes through, he's like, contact me and, you know, I'll put an offer in first. And if they want it, then they can get it.
Call me for an immediate offer. Steve's an investor also.
So if you have a house that's in between 50 to 150,000,
Guys, you can read. And all this is in your book, right? So bottom line, marketing's got to have a strong message. It's got to have a compelling offer and a call to action. Call to action is something you always hear. But don't think that call me today is going to make them call you today. It's a call to action. That's all it is. The offer that you have is what will have the call to action working for you. You've got to have a CRM, because if you go out and you generate a whole bunch of leads, you've got to separate those out, but you got to know that most leads are 6 to 18 months. 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 You got to have a CRM that's going to drip on them over that time period. You have to convert leads to appointments. I'm going to bypass. Just a thought came to head. Convert leads to appointments. I got to leave it that simple. We've only got so much time. You have to deliver a strong presentation. So when you get the leads, you have to have a strong presentation. So I need to work on having a presentation, but if I have no leads, it makes no difference. But if I got to have a presentation and kick my butt in gear, so be it. That's taking care of that drunk monkey, irritating monkey, whatever you want. Market the way that you consume. Probably the best message out of all of this. You need to market yourself the way that you consume. So how many of you are out there with star ratings? How many of you are out there where people can find you and go, oh, she's good, because people can see the reviews? That's what you do when you're looking for a product. You need to market yourself the way that you consume. That doesn't make sense? See us, we'll share. So, Bob, I think, is this you?
That's me.
You're gonna give him yours?
Yeah, I really need a mic, you know, because I can't speak loud enough for the
Never mind.
microphone to pick me up.
You want that too?
I want that too.
Yours.
Now, for those of you that can remember back a few years, Danny Thomas used to be a little bit of an advertisement for Maxwell House. And so he'd always end his TV show drinking his coffee because it also helped him. Jackie Gleason, on the other hand, also ended his TV show, but there was rumors that it wasn't coffee in his cup. I can't sit down to do mine. I'm sorry. These are too confining and restraining. I will try to stay in front of the camera. Camera likes me.
You know what? We should just block him in with the chairs.
Yeah.
So that he.
No, I need space. Let me see how this thing works here.
You're good. It's big, Bob.
All right.
Bob. Right, no. Here and there.
Whoa, baby, yeah, that's what I like. Okay. Serious now. I get passionate about this, folks. I built a business off of this. I mean, so I got to get passionate about it. But I also want to share a name with you. His name is Jonathan Knight. He's a C21 agent out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. Now, you might think this is a weird place to start, but this is where I'm going to start. Because Jonathan Knight was a young man who moved to Martinsburg, West Virginia with his mom and dad. He became a real estate agent in 2018 with Century 21. And in 2019, he was invited to get on stage for the big C21 so he could be in front of all the Century 21 agents. Young guy. Hadn't even been in the business for a full year. Okay. His claim to fame, I wanted to be an agent. So I used all the tools that were given to me from my brand. And he did a measly $4 million worth of business his first year. Then we roll into COVID. In 2020, he did $7 million worth of business. Again, his claim to fame was, I just used the tools that my brand gives to me. That's why I get passionate about the tools. Because here's a young man that moved to Martinsburg, West Virginia, and didn't even have a spear because he didn't even know his neighbor at that time. Think about that. He didn't even have a spear to deal with. And yet he did $4 million worth of business just using what I'm about to share with you. That's remarkable if you think about it. $4 million and then $7 million. And his story didn't change. Well, his story did change a little bit, because then he said after he made $7 million, his mom and dad made him move out of the basement. HouseLogic.com. You go in there, you log in with your Nerds ID. And one of the cool things is it gives you instant immediate access to all types of material that you can post on your social media platforms. They also have what they call a buyer's guide and a seller's guide that you can download, personalize it to yourself, and share with your sellers and buyers. It's free. Most of what I'm going to talk about is free. Oh, you're right. It isn't free because it takes time to do it. I'm not going to ask the question, how many of us have a Facebook page? I'm not going to ask the question, how many of us have a Twitter page? I'm not going to ask the question, how many of us have a LinkedIn page? I'm not going to ask the question, how many of us have a YouTube channel? I'm not going to ask how many of us have a Realtor.com profile. While those are all relevant questions, if you said no to any of those, then you need to get with your manager and you need to schedule a time for me to come visit so that we can get you established in the world of social media. And for a little bit of time, we'll talk about how we can make an automated process where you start to reach out and you start to be actively passive, and you don't have to really do anything other than get everything connected. You don't have a choice on making the Realtor.com profile. You're going to do it. You don't have a choice on making the YouTube channel. You're going to do it. Same way with Twitter and LinkedIn. Same way with Facebook. I don't give you a choice. We just do it. Some of you may be tweeters, and some of you may not. That's what you look like, right? Just check. All right. So HouseLogic is free. Photofy app. This is a great, nice app, but to make it work correctly, what I want to tell you to do is you need to go to the NAR.com website and search for Photofy. And it's an orange circle with a P, but what it will do for you is it will give you automatic social media, and it comes in English and it comes in Spanish. There's a couple of other languages, but I don't speak them, so I don't understand them. But social media posts that the first time you go in, you will set it up and it will post to your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter, your LinkedIn, all of those that you may or may not want to post to. It has videos. The commercials that NAR puts together for realtors are part of that. Literally, when I was sitting in the doctor's office or the dentist office, it's amazing how much you can get done. And the cool thing is, it's got a scheduler too. So you can actually schedule it out. So you don't have to stay on top of it. Photofy, got to get the app. Realtor.com. Again, when we sit down and we connect your social media, I'm going to show you how you can go to Realtor.com. And again, they've got buyer guides. They've got buyer selling tips. They got seller buying tips. They got seller guides. You can actually, right from Realtor.com, you can share to your social media. Again, it's free. You know how hard it is when it's free and you don't even have to go look for the content? All I got to do is go visit. HomeSnap Pro. I didn't bring my phone, but this will do. How many of you have HomeSnap on your phone? This one I do want to know. Okay, because whether you're with MI Real Source, whether you're with Real Comp, it doesn't matter. You have HomeSnap Pro free. Okay? And one of the coolest thing is that I heard people talking earlier about, you know, I go by and I see this FSBO, or I have this client that wants to buy this house. There's a little feature in that HomeSnap app up in the right-hand corner. It's a picture of a camera. So when you're in front of that house, all you gotta do is put that home inside that little frame, and it will give you all the public information you could ever want on that particular home. And the amazing thing is, you get phone numbers, you get the name of the owners, you get their email addresses if they have them, all because you stopped and took a picture of that home. You know what else they got in HomeSnap? They actually have the ability to go in and say likelihood to list. So when you're doing that door knocking, you might have a little bit of intel why you want to be in that particular neighborhood. Let it be your director. Don't just go cold knocking for the heck of it. Go with a purpose. And again, when you get that information, because it shows up in an orange, it gives you, again, the seller's information. It gives you their phone number. So think about this. You're cold knocking, but instead, hey, I know you don't know me, Sally, but I know you. What? Door closes a little bit, right? That's why I carry my dog, or I walk my dog and say, hey, you know anybody owns a dog like this? Because I saw him running loose and I just grabbed his leash. They may think I'm a Jehovah's Witness, but dog helps me out. HomeSnap, if you do not have it on your phone, get it downloaded it today. Start playing with it. Okay, it'll come up in Hot Topics here real soon on how to use it. Video apps, again, for the Android. Somehow, I guess I got to remember what it said. It's in the book. So you know more than I do right now. For the Android phone, Instagram or InstaReels is one of the key things that comes up that is easy to use. The Filmic Pro and also Procam X. I'm trying to give you free, easy to use, and that's my primary focus when I put all this together was I want easy to use, user friendly, no cost, because that fits everybody's budget. Okay, if you're a iPhone user, again, Filmic Pro, Double Take, and Carousel Camera. I'm not even mentioning that iMovie is a cool thing, and because I'm talking about you can put captions on it, you know, you make it look professional. And of course, InstaReels works as well. And if you're not familiar with InstaReels, then you haven't been on Instagram lately. Instagram or InstaReels is, and then you share it, and all of a sudden you get crazy people start to respond to you. You know, we talk about fears and being intimidated. If you can't get out of the box and share a little, come on, enjoy what you're doing. Because if you can't tell, I enjoy what I'm doing. Darwin talks about he enjoys what he's doing. I enjoy making him miserable. I like, he did leave. Oh, he's in the back of the room. AdWorks. Do not confuse what AdWorks is. AdWorks is something that the company is providing us, and it is not a lead generation tool. It is a digital marketing tool. Don't misinterpret that. It is a digital marketing tool. It is designed to be in front of whomever you have targeted. Can you target it with zip code? Yup. Can you upload your sphere and target it that way? Yup. Or can you just let it do it organically? Yup. And of course, when you get a listing, they automatically create an ad for you and they'll market it free for a week. And in this market, a week's good. Because if it's still in the market in a week, we have a problem. Okay? AdWorks. If you haven't been in your AdWorks account, the number one question I get is, how come mine comes up and says city and state? Everybody else has a city and state. That's because you haven't gone into your AdWorks account and put in your city and state. Easy fix. Okay? So if yours doesn't say city and state, just add it. I also encourage you to the ad reads the same for all of us in the company. You want to own it, don't you? What's one of the things that Darwin and Alex are going to repeat over and over and over is ask questions. So why doesn't your ad ask a question? Where's your call to action? Change your ad. When you get your daily email that talks about the views and the clicks, and if it starts to wane off, that's telling you it's time to go change your ad. If you're not getting the performance that you want, it's time to change your ad. BombBomb. Oh, I love BombBomb. BombBomb is the ability to create a video where you can share your screen. You can just, I have this really nice template that I can use so that it's got all my branding and everything else. But think about this, okay? Your buyer is getting ready to close, okay? You just got the word that we're ready, we got to clear to close. Hey, Joe Biden, guess what? I just heard we got cleared to close and maybe we're going to set the date. We're going to set the time. I'm going to be in touch with you real soon to make sure it fits your schedule and my schedule. All right. Are you ready for that? Ooh. Or guess what? The appraisal came in. The inspection went well. You know what they talk about at my closings? Those videos. Because that's how I update my transactions. Most of us, maybe, or it's an email. I am sharing with enthusiasm the progress of our transactions. BombBomb makes it so easy because I can send it via email. I love it. $600 a year. Wow, that's a lot of money, Bob. Breakthrough Broker. Breakthrough Broker has gotten too big for its britches. Okay, and I say that because there's a whole lot of content that you can use for blogging. And there's a whole lot of content that you can use in social media. But they got a little bit big for their britches because they realize the value that they're giving to realtors. And they've started to have a broker program plus. Well, I'm not enticed by the plus, but I am enticed by what I can get for free. So I won't speak to the plus because I don't consider it a worthy investment. Canva. You can get that free or you can pay for it. What? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to think, what's the difference between having it for free or paying for it? Play with it, folks. Because if you don't play with it, it's kind of like that CRM. You're not using it. What purpose does it have? Animoto, another quick and easy, create a video. You can upload pictures. Boom, 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 create a video. Instantaneous. Love it. Super easy. Coffee and contracts. Coffee and contracts. Remember I talked about that coffee? You know, for those of you that go to Big B or Starbucks every day, because that coffee's just, that frappe. You stop drinking that, think of how many marketing dollars you generate each month that you could actually be investing in yourself because you didn't have that frappe coffee today. Because you know what? Maxwell House is what I still drink today, and it's still black today. No sugar. Because if I got sugar, can you only begin to imagine? There's no cream in it. It's just coffee. Like, I got 4 minutes left.
Oh, yeah, what does the coffee contracts do though?
When you're talking to people, what? I am one of those type of people that when I do business with people, I love to break bread. It's pretty obvious I like to eat. Steve and I got something in common. I like to eat, all right? But I also like to go to coffee houses because it's disarming to meet with people there. Now, our managers tell us to get them into the office, get them into the office, get them into the office. I get them as close to the office at the coffee company as I can. Because when they come to the office, they're more intimidated. But at the coffee house, they're relaxed. I got a place downtown Flint that I absolutely love to go visit. People are like, downtown Flint? I want to go there. Coffee Bean, oh, they got comfortable seating. The only problem with it is, like Hutch would tell you, you sit there too long and keeping current matters. This is a program where they also will provide you blog material, okay, at a very inexpensive cost. Lab coat agents will do the same thing. Continuity program. If you're not doing just listed, just sold, I'm not really sure why, but I'll give you this. When you have a listing, one of the tools that the brand is giving you right now is called Moxie Impress. Moxie Impress works with Moxie Present. Some of you know what I'm talking about and some of you don't. But Moxie Impress automatically creates 10 projects for you. They create a website, a video, a brochure, a door hanger, a flyer, all for you instantaneously, automatically. It's done for you. All you got to do is print it off or share it. Pretty hard, huh? I can tell you about a Century 21 agent, actually a couple of them, that actually printed off the just sold postcards from Moxie Impress and went door knocking. Wow, not a whole lot of money invested. In fact, as I recall, I believe they went to like Kinko's or whatever it was. You know, got a handful of cards. Personal marketing company. If you haven't been to tmpco.com, check it out. They got a lot of campaigns. They got a lot of everyday door direct marketing. They got a lot. And I'm getting the high side now that Miss Dawn, come on, Dawn, come on down.
So, we got more with you after we come back, right?
Yes.
So
I'll wrap up.
Bob's gonna wrap up the rest of what we've been talking about, but you gotta come over here, dear. Yeah, hold that right in front of you.
Yes, sir.
So, say thank you.
Thank you.
Because Dawn is our sponsor again for the entire day. I've known Dawn since 2010 and she's one of the best at what she does. So I'm just gonna let you guys give her appreciation after she says a couple words.
Okay, I'll be brief because it's lunchtime. So thank you for allowing me to serve you and be a part of your day with Listing Boot Camp Week 1. And it's pretty exciting what you guys are doing and then the next 2 following sessions that are coming. My specialty is mortgage lending, residential loans, and what I do that makes me unique is when a client of interest comes to me, we collect all of their paperwork as if we were with an offer accepted. And we, so that means W-2s, pay stubs, if necessary, tax returns, and we have the file pre-underwritten. So we have an underwriter review the file, and we also have automated underwriting system done as well. That way, it speeds up the process. Once an offer is accepted, I can generally close a conventional loan within 15 business days and an FHA loan within 22 business days. So speed of service is really key right now. It's super helpful. You can put that in your contracts. I'm comfortable with those days. When it's MISTRA, we need a little bit more time, or rural development and a little bit more time. I would say add about 7 days. So after your client gives all their documents, we get their application information. We make it very simple for them. They either will do an online application through a portal that's super easy, 5-10 minutes,
or we'll call them, especially if they're a little bit older or they feel uncomfortable with technology. We want to serve your clients where they're at. And so with that being said, I spend an hour with your client one-on-one via Zoom, where they're at, just comfortable in their own home. And we go through their top 2 lending programs, what their payments look like, what their out-of-pocket looks like, and always give their best lending option, and always, if possible, a conventional lending option as well. So I understand that you have it the hardest right now on the street, serving and getting offers accepted. Our job, my job, is to be of assistance to you and as a team to you. So thanks for joining. I hope you have a great lunch. And if you have questions, I'll be at lunch. Thank you.
So Sherry, you want to tell us where we're going?
Yeah, we're just gonna go across the hall to the dining room. It is packed lunches, but it is set up in a buffet style, so just pick your back lunch.
I'll do my best flight attendant out the door and go straight across. Over on your right-hand side, box lunch will be in there. We're gonna go plan for 32.5 minutes. Yeah, I had everything literally. Right here.
What's going on, man? Good to see you again. How you doing? Good.
No, well, good question.
Thank you. We gotta, try to lean out a little bit.
I didn't
Yours
start
should be
it.
automatic.
Okay.
But I've got.
Try to be, right?
All right.
We'll talk later. Okay. So we're a little bit behind.
Yeah, but I think we can make up the numbers down a little bit on the space with the end.
I'll find you.
So we're good. We're in a good spot.
Even if it's automatic, like you fill out. Hey, see a couple days ago.
You all ready?
Low pressure. You ready?
I think we're ready. Yeah. Not only did she talk, she plays service person also.
Okay, I'm gonna assume the reason why we have so many empty chairs is because they knew that I was gonna be up next and continue forward. So they said, you know what? We don't need to hear that loudmouth talk. So you know what? I'm gonna share you all the tidbits and information I got anyway. So,
You had those bottom two.
yep. Every door direct marketing, again, you gotta spend money to do that. If you're really gonna do it,
What is it?
can I suggest that you do it to your neighborhood? Unless, of course, you live in a neighborhood you don't want to live in. So if you have a neighborhood you want to live in other words, you're gonna sell your home and move to a different neighborhood, every door direct marketing is something that you do with the United States Postal Service, where they will send it out to every single occupant, door to door for you. All you have to do is say where. So if you're living where you want to live, cool. Do your own neighborhood. Because that neighbor that puts that sign in the yard that you don't know, now they can't say they don't know you.
The key to that one, by the way, though, you can't choose just your neighborhood.
That's true.
It's not even a carrier route. So they selected an area and said, here is an area, and it's probably going to contain an entire neighborhood. But you're going to get a lot of overrun also that will cover other areas.
It's like half the cost.
Yeah, hugely cheaper. I mean, like,
Yeah.
all of the printing, handling, everything in somebody's hands, less than 50 cents. I mean, all of it together. About 46, 47 cents, depending upon who you use for the printer, what you're sending out. But it's a great one regards to the relative cost, but you're really using this one for repeated target market. So whatever one you select, it's over and over and over again. You're sending that message.
In fact, when we talk about the continuity program, again, you can get the mailing list for free. The company, personal marketing company, and the EDM, don't do it just once. If you're only going to do it one time, do me a favor, give me the money.
Truth.
I'm just saying, because you're throwing it away anyway. I'll go out and I'll enjoy it because I'll invest it in something that's going to do something. And my point is, and this is I'm going to really hit this home on the next slide, but you can't do it just once and expect it to land. Again, when they're throwing rotten tomatoes at the screen, do they do just one? Dodgeball, is it just one ball you got to worry about? So predictive targeted marketing in your handbooks, it talks about Home Snap and it talks about Remind Pro. Both of those are easy to use, where you can look at the equity in a home, you can look at whether it's likely to list, you can look at expireds, all for a little bit of time. And the nice thing about both of those is there's helpful videos online if you can't wait until we do it on a hot topic day. Question?
So then go back to every door direct mail. You said only use it once. How many times you say you use it though before it becomes effective, I guess?
How many of you get a postcard every now and then from a realtor? How many of you get more than one postcard from that realtor? You notice the number of hands fell down? If you're not doing 12, if you're not willing to do 12 touches, why are you even doing one? what's the statistics? I have to touch my sphere how many times?
You gotta do 4 times in our sphere, but they say it's 7 times before somebody will remember. Say that again?
13 to 16 times. If your picture's on it, Steve, I guarantee it's gonna be memorable.
Yeah, I agree with Bob. I think it's a repeated process, and I don't think that you stop doing it. I think you continue it for the duration. What is the duration? The rest of your life. You chose to invest, make sure you would invest in an area that was wisely chosen.
Again, we go back to, just a minute, Jeff.
Darwin and I live in the same
Okay.
neighborhood. I don't think you get his from the realtor.
I don't.
Has most of the listings in our neighborhood. Year after year.
Is that right? Same guy?
It keeps coming to me.
But he doesn't get them.
No, he took me off the list.
Yeah, for some reason.
The other, yeah, the
Doesn't
agent,
know him, and he
there's
just-
an agent that mails our neighborhood. How often does he do it, Jeff?
It's every year, 2 or 3 times, maybe 4.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's probably 3 or 4 times a year, but he's also got himself established. But he'll have the better percentage of the listings, but he hasn't stopped. So he's simply done a geographic target market. That's all he's done.
So you're saying that when we learn how to use Moxie Engage and we have the ability to be able to send neighborhood market updates on a weekly basis to our email contacts, our neighbor, anybody ever thought about going through your neighborhood and just getting your neighborhood's email ad? Did anybody know that a lot of there are many ways, tools to put in an address and get the email address that's attached to it? I had a few people that know that. I even know a lot of title companies that offer it as a service at $8 a pop. Just for an email.
You can I took my list that I get from Continuity and then use HomeSnap to get the email addresses and then send them to Bob to have one of my Sphere campaign for efforts.
Awesome. Sphere campaign. What is that? What's your Sphere campaign? What does it consist of?
When you put in their email addresses into AdWorks, and then every time when they're online, your face pops up.
And again, it doesn't require first name, last name, doesn't require an address or anything else. All it requires is an email address. What a concept for a little bit of work. But what I want to, continuity program, the personal marketing and the every door direct marketing. That's not a one-time and stop shop. Commit to it and understand that every time you deny yourself that frappe, that you're investing in yourself. Okay. Okay, yeah, because it wasn't going.
Yeah.
All right, Facebook link, and again, if you don't have these, we need to create them. Pinterest, okay. But the other ones, and in the order of importance, Facebook is still the #1 leading by population. And when I say population, number of users and times used in a day. Second to that is YouTube. YouTube is the second most likely used in a day. The users are growing. Instagram's #3. LinkedIn is #4. Twitter's #5. And Pinterest is somewhere in the 6th. I just talked about committing to it. One is core listing can be set up so that it can put marketplace listings on your social media platforms 7 days a week. There's a post, boom. You can also send out articles 4 days a week. If your core listing is set up anything different than using Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, go in and change it. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday is the only day I didn't mention because I only get 4 days, but you notice I didn't say anything about the weekend. Do not post on the weekend from core listing. You're missing your market. Wednesday is grocery day. Thursday is independent grocery day. Monday is grocery day. Friday, I'm getting ready for the weekend. That's when people are using Facebook. They're going to be talking about over our days about being, blocking your time. If you block prospect time, why don't you block social media time? When I say social media time, I do not mean that you're lost 4 hours on Facebook. I literally had to take Facebook off my phone for a period of time because it was just a distraction to me. And only because I learned how to use it did I get it back on my phone. But if I find myself wasting more than 15 minutes, I take it off my phone. So I take away the temptation. If you will post just one post a day, you're going to have an impact. One post a day. If it's on Facebook, between 9 and 11. If you're posting after 11 o'clock in the morning on Facebook, again, you're missing your target. Instagram, 3 times a day if you want to do stories, and post until 6 p.m. If you're posting after 6 p.m. again. Folks, I spend a lot of time analyzing, reading, and studying so that when I stand before you, I do speak with confidence, knowing that those 2 precious hours from 9 to 11 is the best time for you to engage Facebook. Share a story. You want to know the 2 biggest things that you can do to try to engage people with your social media is provide news of the market. I don't care if it's a market report. I don't care if it's a mortgage report, but news of the market. The second best thing that you can do is share something that's personal. That's why Steve and I share food.
Not same plate, mind you. Concept.
But it is utterly astounding if you will share a personal photo, whether it's just a picture, whether it's a video. My daughter, 15 years old, had her first high school dance this weekend. She's the youngest of 11, but her first dance. And I got more traffic off of that post with her than anything else I did all week long.
I was one of the people that liked that post. Then.
Again, I have children from the age of 46 down to the age of 15. I got grandkids older than I have kids in my house. So that's another story for another time. Again, friends, your clients and customers. It's absolutely amazing that we don't take the time to invite people to our Facebook pages. And I'm going to focus on Facebook and Instagram. Okay. I've generated business off of LinkedIn. Okay. But I work it. That's why I've generated business from other realtors. But the real focus for us is Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. There's only one message I can really make after I get to the bottom of all this. This is just ideas. But you want to know the one idea that's more important than any of all that? It's called consistency. Because if you can't be consistent, save yourself the energy and Don't even bother getting, don't invest in yourself. You can go to realtor.com, as I said earlier, and you can get free content. House Logic, free content. You can subscribe to the Housing Wire, have it directly emailed to you. You can subscribe to The Close, have it directly emailed to you. You can subscribe to NAR. You can subscribe to the Michigan Association of Realtors. All these are avenues of content. I actually have a folder that just says Facebook content, and that's where I dump emails. So I am never at a loss. As Alex said earlier, plan tomorrow by doing it tonight. Take 15 minutes every single morning, post, make comments, share from your page. Every single morning, 15 minutes. Every single morning. You will see results when you commit to it. How did I get good at all the tools that I do? And everything that I got wrapped up into? Was I actually set aside part of my prospecting time to focus on a tool. And when I learned that tool after playing with it for a week, then I added another tool. And when I got good with that, I added another tool. But my very first thing in the morning was brand tool or social media tool. That's why I go into the office early. Every office I've worked in, they know I'm the first guy in. Why? Because I use that quiet time to focus on those tools. And then I can make those prospect calls. Videos and pictures, links, keep it short. Insta reels, I'm telling you, capture it. If you can't do it, use your grandkids or your kids. It's amazing the number of people that actually have followers on YouTube. TikTok's in there too. Okay, and Insta reels, just because they're doing something funny. We need more humor in the world, folks. Be a part of that. If you brighten somebody else's day because of something you did, they're gonna like you and they're gonna start following you. If you're doom and gloom, they're not. So even if the market is crashing, we can celebrate because I got equity right now. I can survive. Involve the community. Join groups through Facebook. And if your neighborhood doesn't have a group, create a group. Many of you are familiar with a new one called Nextdoor. You know, and again, it's amazing every single day the number of people that are exchanging services and whatnot through Nextdoor. Create a group. Get involved in your community. You're looking for opportunities to take a picture or a video? Every community event, every school event. I was telling Bill Flynn this the other day. He's a manager in Clinton. Bill goes to all of his kids' sporting events. And I said, while we had several of his people in the office, I said, just drive by when you know where Bill's at. Sit in the parking lot, check in, and say what a ball you're having. And then drive on to wherever it was you were going. Because every time you do that, you start to pick up followers. All you got to do is check in. Every restaurant you eat in, every church service you go to, everything you do. Involve the community. Again, do groups. If it doesn't exist, create it. If you don't know how to create a group on Facebook, Facebook's got, help. Be local, timely, and interactive. I've heard agents say, I'm willing to drive an hour. That's going to be a little bit tougher. Okay? But then again, not impossible because they're doing it. But the point is think of all the other events that they could be a part of or involved in. Christmas time is a wonderful time. Springtime, when the nurseries start to open up. Helpful tips and whatnot. Be careful and guard your social reputation. This is the old adage that Don't get into drama with people on Facebook. I know so many people that don't want anything to do with Facebook because of the drama. So I don't want to do that. Why deny yourself what works? Don't get into the drama. Stay away from the politics. Focus on news. Focus on personality, who you are. Like Darwin said, when I made my live, if I did that any other way, I'd probably lose followers on Facebook. Because yes, they do expect that from me. Avoid political and religious issues. What tools are you using to assist you in building business lead generation? Now, everything that I just finished talking about, I never said anything about spending money for lead generation. Because you don't need to. All you gotta do is talk to people. And if you start to implement and allow Core Listing to post for you, and if you're willing to commit to one simple post a day, and only on the platform of Instagram and on Facebook, we'll get into what we do for videos, what type of videos can we put on our YouTube channel. In fact, I was just talking to somebody before lunch. How many of you know that there's all kinds of podcasts out there for us to learn to be better agents? How many of you know about podcasts that educate buyers and sellers and homeowners? Only a few. Sounds like a market to me. You want a video idea? Jonathan does a weekly market update or market report. He keeps honing it, tweaking it each and every week. So let's talk. Prospect Square and Business Builder. Prospect Square is here to stay on the Coldwell Banker side, but unfortunately, Business Builder is going away. Those of you that are a part of Business Builder, I encourage you to download your contacts soon. Put them over in Zap, because when you do a migration from Zap into Moxie Engage, you only can do it from one program. So if you're a Business Builder user, please download your contacts and upload them to Zap, because migration only works once. And I'm almost done here, but it's not going. It's not going. Electronic marketing. Moxie Impress gives us the ability to do electronic marketing. Because when I was talking about brochures and flyers, I didn't tell you about the email templates. I didn't tell you that Moxie Present gives you the ability to put together a newsletter. We have all kinds of new tools that are coming to us that are literally on the cuspus. And when I say that, understand that there's only 25% of the entire all of Realogy, which is our parent company, and we're in the top. We're getting it before others. Does that mean there was a little bit of a learning curve? Absolutely. You have no idea what we went through to get MLSs connected and the other. A lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, but the Moxie Present, Moxie Impress is working in its entirety. Moxie Engage just got put off for another month. So Zap CRM is becoming Moxie Engage. For those of you that love Zap, we need to have a talk because something's wrong with you.
We just ate.
Yeah. Moxie Engage will have campaigns that you can do drips. Moxie Engage will have the ability to do marketing reports. Moxie Engage is giving you tools that make Zap. Why did I even ever bother? And the coolest thing about it is that when you have your Moxie website working and it captures that lead, it automatically puts it into Moxie Engage for you. Because it's actually going to capture the lead. You know, the old day of lead router, you know, that phone call rings and it's like, do I really want to answer it? I don't want that zip code. Well, guess what? Nice thing about Moxie website is it's gonna capture the information. It's gonna put it into Moxie Engage for you automatically for you to be able to engage that client. It's gonna notify you. Moxie Engage is gonna give you the ability to be able to actually text. Wow, what a concept. The biggest issue with the Moxie website is you're gonna have to make choices. They have 2 templates, or you can literally draw it from scratch and create your own website. You will have landing pages. What is a landing page? A landing page is when a seller wants to get a market analysis, they come to one page. You can direct your sellers there. When you want to direct buyers, you can direct your buyers there. If you want just a contact gathering information, you can send them there. Moxie websites is awesome when it's working with Moxie Engage. And the greatest thing about all of that is that you go to one platform and you can access all of them. And when you learn just to use one of them, you're going to be able to know how to use all of them. That's the greatest thing about Moxie Works.
When is the web page?
Right now, we are looking at the 14th of March.
That's for both sides?
That's for both sides.
So by the way, just Bob's going to be setting up with your managers to come out and actually train and set up. So when you see Bob's name coming out, know that it is now not to just go look at what's coming, but to fully set up and activate what is now working programs. So when you see that, take the opportunity to take advantage of Bob being at your office and working that.
And the advantage of being at the office when we're doing this type of training is if your MLS isn't connect, oh, I'm
Sorry about those guys.
I forgot about these guys. The advantage of being in the office for the training dealing with Moxie Works is if you, as an individual, have an issue, I do it as a workshop, okay? So that I can actually walk away, take care of your issue, so that we will work as slow as the fastest person, or is it as fast as the slowest person? I sometimes forget. But my point is it's not one of these where I'm gonna go zip, zap, zoom, like I did in Tech Tuesday and Tech Thursday, where people are like, what happened? We're gonna go at a pace so that we can all do it together. Because it's that valuable.
Simple part, guys, are these last 3, they're already in your book. These are just tools that you have to use within your business. Take advantage of those tools and work them. And Shannon, is there anything you want to share with anybody right now as far as what the department does to be able to help with everything that was just kind of talked about?
Yeah, for sure. So the marketing services is there to help you guys with your marketing plan for the year through social media, through your mailers, everything that they talked about, we can assist you with. If you have any questions, you have a business card, so I can give that to you. If you'd like to talk about your marketing plan, if you have any questions on how to implement any of the tools that they just talked about.
Easy enough. So take the time, get to know Shannon, what she does. Again, glowing reports from those that have worked with her brand new to it, and those have been working with it for quite a while. So she's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
I think she's good having around. So guys, let's talk about some the simple contacts here. We talked about
Just as
the,
a side note, all those holidays, Core Listing does that for all of us.
and that's what I wanted you to know. 12/24, it's done. Thank you. You were supposed to still be here for that part of it.
I remember that.
So here's the thing. Core Social does that on social media. 12/24 we want is an email, direct electronic communication. So if you're going, well, wait a minute, how can I do 12 contacts? Well, again, all of these over this page, you just got to create it. Core Social, put it out there. You think you might be able to use some of that to create email coming out Bob, will it be Moxie Engage that will do that?
Yes.
Bottom line is it's a simple thing. You've got to get the program set up and working for you. That's what it's gonna come down to. But again, I came up with 24, which makes it really simple for you to be able to do, or 21, I guess. No, nothing against the Blue Crew, by the way. 21 just happened to be that way. Sure. All right, so let's get into the nitty gritty. What some of you aren't gonna like, but it's the fact of real estate.
May not like it, but like you said, it's a fact of real estate. So we're gonna talk about active approach, right? So that means that we're picking up the phone, we're actively engaged, and we're pursuing business as opposed to waiting for it to come back to us. So first of all, we've been talking about contacts a lot. What is a contact? Okay, I like to describe it as this. It's an engaging conversation going back and forth with someone about real estate. So can it be a text message? Yes, as long as there's engaging conversation going back and forth. Can it be a Facebook Messenger? Can it be email? Yes, it just has to be engaging conversation going back and forth. If I call someone, leave a voicemail, is that a contact? No. Okay, so it's very important to distinguish between that and an attempted call, because a contact is a live engaging conversation back and forth.
Mentors, mentees, when you report, that's what we want to know.
Yep.
How many people have you talked to? How many people have you engaged in conversation about real estate, face-to-face, telephone, or technology? Engaged conversation.
So who should we be contacting? SOI, which you talked about, that's the foundation of our business. We've got for sale by owners, which is a great avenue for additional business. We have expireds, which, you know, aren't as common today, but they're still out there. And then we got everybody else. Okay, and how are we contacting these people? Preferred method is picking up the phone and calling them. Okay, face to face, technology, instant messaging, or texting.
By the way, active,
Yes.
engaging people in conversation. There is no other way to be able to do it. Two of them have been since dirt was invented. Well, at least the telephone anyway. The other one has come along lately. And actually, we probably need to use a method of texting more than we do. Now, some of you don't over text, but what is the preferred channel that people would like to talk to you about? But use texting because we've all done this.
Yep. And that's a question you should be asking your clients is, what is your preferred communication method? Okay.
Okay, that's what I was kind of contemplating. Everybody pick up their telephone. Oh, pick up your telephone.
Did you hear the
Open
what?
up.
Did you hear the what?
Open up your contacts. Flick it. And then when it stops, pick a name and send them a text message. No, you don't have to call them. We're just going to send a text message. Let's do a, hey, what's your plans for the house in the next 2 years?
Everyone on my screen is a realtor.
Okay, one more flick.
One more click.
I'll give you 2 flicks. Hey, how you doing? Quick question. What are your plans for the house in the next 2 years?
What if they don't own that house yet?
What's your plan for buying a house in the next 2 years? Oh, and push send when you're done. We'll talk later. Don't let me forget to ask, because that was impromptu, but why not, right?
Mhm.
The whole thing is, how simple is that? And you could do that all day long. They're gonna think you're what?
Weird.
You are, but
They're gonna think you're a real estate agent. So there you go.
They're going to learn that you're engaging them in real estate and in your career, right? And yeah, you are a little bit weird, but guess what?
We're all weird.
What was your name again?
Erica.
Erica. That was too simple. It's probably I forgot or I never asked you.
Never.
You know what that was?
Yes, exactly.
When you struggled with doing just that one simple thing. This is what it was. You're going, ooh, this is a little uncomfortable. I've never done this before. Well, do it enough and it becomes natural. Then you actually will love picking up the phone. By the way, I was just holding up our irritating monkey.
Yeah. And it's funny, you should be uncomfortable if you feel comfortable. Because that means you're flat, right? You're plateauing. So you should get comfortable being uncomfortable because that's when you know you're growing.
Everybody good with that? Got it out? All right, wonderful. I hope I hear vibrating telephones with responses now. Anybody already got one? Anybody get one yet? Did you get one, Adriana?
Yeah.
And
When they,
The response was, I don't know why. And my response was, well, houses aren't staying on the market more than a week, so what are we gonna do to talk about it?
yeah, you could do this. You could say there's these two guys that made me just do that. I actually did a class one time and there was John Tenza, if anybody knows John, I was working with John, and we're doing this class. And it was an assignment. We said, go talk to at least 10 people. And she said, do you not know my familial circumstances? It was a big word is what it sounded like to me, but it's kind of like Bob. She had like 8 kids and her husband worked a lot. So it was up to her to take care of the kids and try to do her real estate. And it was like, okay, well, where's the place that you can go and talk to 10 people in the least amount of time? She went in front of Kroger. And she said, hi, oh, by the way, she came back into the next class and said, it was a week later, similar to what we're doing. And she reported her success. And she said, so nobody can go to Kroger over at, I own it. Because she had so much success. I said, great, well, what was your verbiage, your script? What did you say to him? She said, I simply said that there's these 2 big guys that are making me do this. So I have to ask. Because John is like 3 inches taller than me and a few pounds heavier. So he's a big guy. But that was her statement. So bottom line, though, Adriana, you're engaged in conversation now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Who else had somebody respond? Sally, you
I
had,
did. It was a good friend of mine, but she said, no, sorry, no interest. But she just, I know that she was selling me the ton of money.
and what might you follow up with?
Yeah.
Guys, it's just the question starts the conversation. And then look, if they want to continue on, you can continue on. Matter of fact, how many people could you talk to at one time? We should text more than we do. So in making a contact, it really doesn't matter who you contact, whether it's a FSBO, total stranger, or someone you know. This is the process for being able to make that happen. You do a basic introduction. You state the reason that you're calling, the reason that you're asking, the reason that you're doing whatever you're doing. And then there's 2 things that we need to know. Is that individual a prospect? And who they know that is a prospect? Most of the time, what do we know we're going to get? No, and I don't know of anyone. Simply close the conversation up. The quicker you can do that, the better. Now, if it's your sphere of influence, this is probably not a 1-minute call. Working with a group at Troy, Irene. She says, Darwin, I made about 5 contacts this past week. And you go, but I got 2 leads. And we were talking about the length of her phone calls. 60 to 90 minutes. But you see, part of the problem is if we haven't talked to them in a while, what's going to happen? They're going to want to talk. So try to limit the conversation, but no, yeah, your sphere of influence, they're going to be longer contacts.
And one of the ways you guys can eliminate that is start off the call with, hey, I only got 5 minutes till my next appointment. I just want to check in and see how things are going. So set the expectation up front that, look, I got 5 minutes. So this is not going to be 45 minutes, it's not going to be an hour. So that way you don't have to cut them off and feel rude about doing it. The other thing that I wanted to hit on when we're talking about making contact is we have to keep our intentionality top of mind. Meaning, why are we making contacts? What are we looking to achieve by doing that? Are we just trying to hit, I made a 10 contact goal today, so I just want to get through 10 as fast as I can to say I did it? Or are we going through with each individual contact we're making with the true intent of finding someone that's looking to either buy or sell a home? Okay?
Thanks, Rick. Rick Landit sent me a text. Hey, long time no talk to. I know you were doing well and rightfully so. Question, what are your plans for getting a new house this year to take advantage of the real estate market? As you heard, this market opportunity will not happen again in our lifetime. Let's talk. Then he says, yes, 2 guys made me send that. Thanks, buddy. So here's the thing to remember. Alex and I are always about processes and systems. It's important that we know what to do so that when we give you the script, that's in it. By the way, if you remember this, you almost don't need a script. Because if I said, okay, do an introduction, what would you say? Okay, right? And what's your reason for calling? What's your reason for stopping by? What's your reason for your text?
Just to catch up with you.
What if I was a FSBO?
If I can help you get your house sold.
I want to see if you have any activity on your house. So then how do I find out if they're an actual prospect? My sphere of influence, how do I find out if they're a prospect? Just ask. You could say, hey, are you a prospect? Yeah. Bill's not in, reminds me of Dominic Siciliano that Floyd talks about. You go through all this long script and he says, okay, Dominic, you do it. Yo, you feasible? What? Can I come over or what? What? Come over. I'll be right home. People will ask all the time, well, hey, what do I say? How about trying the truth? You don't even need a script then. Just tell the truth. What are you calling for? Well, I want to know if you want to sell your house. Why did you ask? Well, do you want to sell your house? I'm hungry and I need to buy food, man. Pay my rent. It's the process. Everybody good with that? So again, doesn't matter who it is, what the source is. Hi, this is Darwin I'm with. And the reason I'm calling is because. So who do you know? I could do it that way, right? And then follow up with, by the way, how about you? Have you any thought? And by the way, that's a key question. We're going to talk more about that. But here's the thing. You got all these reasons that you can call. We're going to, do we want to do that? Okay, real quick, let's do it. It's after lunch, they got to wake up.
Okay.
You know, you got all that grease and stuff from the ham and the mayo and so on. So here's what we want you to do. You guys do it in your office. If you're by yourself, maybe just jump in the chat and throw some thoughts out there. What reasons do you have for calling anyone? So just like turn Because you're pretty much, yeah, you two and then you two and these two are, and just turn right behind you and just talk or beside each other, but have just a quick conversation. What is it you can do? What reasons do you have to call someone? All right. Bring it all back. Okay, let's bring you back. It's always great because it's like hard to get them going and then you can't get them to stop. What's that? Oh, yeah. Or no, she was. Okay, so let's talk. Here we go. Come on back. Need to bring the bell. I got a fever. Only cure. Cowbell. All right, what'd you come up with? Let's share it.
How can I, like, basically, I'm calling because you want to know how you can be helpful in selling their home. And that would be for somebody with expired, somebody like a physical or.
Wow, that sounds like the truth. Call wanting to see how I can help. Even a FSBO or an expired. Because you can call, say, hi, my name is, I'm with Coldwell Banker, and they go, I don't want to list my house. And you can truthfully respond, that's great, because it's not the reason I called. Even you guys did it. What's the reason you called? I just want to see how I can help. It's a simple one. I love it. What else? Yes?
Because I sold a home in your neighborhood recently, which changed the market value of your home. I want to know if you want to know what's the updated market value.
It's a good one.
I just recently sold a home in the area, and it's likely changed the value of your home. I'm just curious if you'd like to find out what yours is worth. I just recently sold a home in your area. Sammy, what do we say after that? Yes, he does. He just went out knocking on doors with this. What did you say?
I asked how, for them.
You know what? Here, let me, because I want everybody to be able to hear.
I asked them how to find the properties for my buyers leads inquiries. Very simple. Okay. Okay. Basically, I asked them to help me find the most interested people who are thinking selling their homes so that I can get those for my buyers inquiries.
And what else did you throw out about 30?
I told them, the house being on market for 10 days, we have received 30 plus buyers inquiries.
So we got people that still want to buy your home. Who do you know? Or if you're knocking on doors while I'm facing them, I turn a little bit and I say, which one of your neighbors? By the way, don't turn and do this. Nobody wants to look at your backside. That's funny. I mean, they don't want to look at your backside, don't get me wrong. But that puts them in a bad, here, let me just do it to you.
You want to turn sideways is what he's trying to say. Yeah. There we go.
But if you feel why, you'll know why you just, while you're here, little step, which one of your neighbors is it? Because again, there's a key to knocking on doors. Sorry, guys, we forget about you. Knock on the door. Which one of your neighbors is it? No, I wasn't gonna hit you. I knew you were there. But again, you can imagine what these guys on the camera feel right now, seeing nothing but my back. It's a security thing. It's a safety thing. You're hiding something. Make sure your hands are visible. Turn to the side, give them a profile. Could you imagine this? And they're just staring you while you're staring them in the face. Feel like Ahmed. Akiyu. Oh, come on, you guys know Ahmed. Really? Just research Jeff Dunham. Yeah, he's got jalapeno on a steak. Oh, his lunch really wreaked havoc on them.
It did, it did. We got 2 hours. We'll finish strong.
What other reasons did you come up with?
You can call and say a joke.
With your sphere of influence, right?
If that's what it takes to get you to call, do it. Don't care. Just call.
Hey, I heard a joke today. Do you got friends who would want to hear a joke? Call them and tell it to them. I got my friend Bob Roberts. He tells me his joke every Sunday, either coming into church or going out. He's got one for me.
That would be a very good starting point.
Be a great starting point. And then they say, hey, I love it. It was funny. Hey, how's real estate? And that's all you're really looking for. Get something to open it up. What else did you come up with? Something out of the ordinary, something unique. Reasons to call.
If you're watching the Olympics or not, or some topical event.
Oh.
Hit them with a point of interest.
Who do you think is gonna win the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's been a while. Super Bowl's coming up. What do you got?
Hopefully the Bengals.
Anybody selling squares?
Screw the Rams, dude.
That'd be a reason to call. How about,
He's trying to arrest me over there.
I'm gonna have somebody have to call him someday. Guys, bottom line is there's lots of reasons to
Give me
call.
that track.
All those things that Bob had brought up. Facebook, you know what it does every day, right? What does it tell you first thing? Everybody's birthday. You're wondering, how can I call and talk to them 4 times per year? Facebook gives you one every day.
Now that you bring up Facebook, it reminds me, there's a few times I'll see a post, somebody will post up with their kid, and that'll be my reason to call them. Hey, I saw that post, your son, got hurt playing hockey or whatever. How's he doing?
Yeah.
And that's, so.
And if I really cared, I'd probably call and go, what's up? She's not even looking.
Not paying attention.
He was just talking about Jack's broken ankle.
Oh, that's not.
No, I don't know. Her son Jack just broke his ankle.
Oh, we had one on our team.
Yeah. This was basketball. Weird place to break a leg, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So, by the way, I didn't call her.
All right. Time to move on here.
All right.
I thought it was all for traveling, right?
Oops. And she'd have been yelling at me going, what? How could you call traveling? Well, he fell to the ground with a ball. It's traveling.
Okay. Most will say no when we call and ask for business, okay? But we gotta stop viewing no's or objections as a bad thing, okay? A no gives us the opportunity to find out what it is they need to say yes. Okay? So for example, if a sale buyer says, no, I have no interest in listing. Oh, really? Well, tell me more about that. Why don't you have any interest in listing? Well, because I want to save money. Okay. So what I really hear you saying is you want to walk away from the sale with the most amount of money possible. And as long as you're able to do that, you can sell the house, right? Yeah. That's exactly why we got to get together, because that's what I want to help you do. Okay. So we got to use those no's as, okay, now we're on a fact-finding mission to find out what it is they need to say yes. Okay.
Think of it this way. There's N-O, and then there's K-N-O-W. Why are they saying no right now? Because they don't know what they don't know. When you don't know what you don't know, you think you know. That's why they're a FSBO. So I'm just wondering, is it more important that you sell it yourself or that you net the most money? Pretty obvious answer, isn't it? Well, there are people with huge egos, had bad experiences, but we're not going to go there too far yet. But let's talk, what's the process? Because what happens when you're making all these calls? We've been really well prepared for no, right? Everybody's, hey, most people you talk to, they're going to say no. Just hang up, make the next call. Well, what do you do when somebody says yes? Ready?
Back, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Choke, gas.
I'm gonna answer, are you sure?
Yeah, are you sure? You don't want to
Yeah.
think about it?
Okay, thanks. Howard Graves, if any of you are out on the east side, you might know Howard Graves. Howard's been around for a long, long time, but way back when, I was working with Howard and we brought this up and I said, you know, and then hang up. That's what you would do. He says, Darwin, I did that. He literally call somebody. And by the way, he said he'd been on the phone for like 8 hours that day. I'm looking to see if anybody's. By the way, is that normal? Should be, shouldn't it? If you need to.
Yeah, should be.
How much money you want to make? Have you ever done that?
I've done 12, 13 hours a day. Yeah, it's not
How many days a week?
6.
You sleep at night.
No, no, not really.
He's a little wired.
Yeah.
But here was what. What's that?
And you think I'm wired.
You are. Well, here's Howard literally hung up the phone, caught his breath, realized what he had done because he was into such a routine. It was just, so I'm just curious if you had any thought of selling your house now or in the near future, Wickman days.
Yep.
And he had so many no's, no no's. This person says, yes, I have. He says, well, I appreciate you thinking about that. Let me ask you, who else do you know that might be willing to sell? They said, we can't think anybody. He says, I appreciate your time. Because he was so into the routine. But what do you do when somebody says yes? Anyone? Great.
Sammy?
I'll take the name and information already I have. I'm gonna make an appointment to call him back because I tell him, now I am in another program, so let me finish this one and then I'll get back to you.
Okay.
I could live with that.
Establish a follow-up call.
Set the appointment.
How would you set the appointment?
So would today at 5 work for you or tomorrow at 6 be better?
I like that.
Close.
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 Bottom line, let's just simply say close. Better than nothing, right? Ask for the appointment. But what you've heard us say, closing is a process. Matter of fact, I say it this way. Closing is a process, not a point in time. What is that process? Many of you have been with us before. Believe me, you've heard it every time. Matter of fact, you've heard it sometimes twice a year. Hutch is back because he still can't remember it. What do I have in your book?
Right here.
Oh, I made it simple for you. Yeah. I had to remember if I could do it the way I used to do it, but I can't because I've already given them the process. So just do what's in the book. What's it say? 1, 2, 3, 4. If that doesn't work, do step 5. If that didn't work, do 6. Did I give you 7 steps on this one? Yeah, do that. Any questions?
Yeah, I need you to fill these in.
So number 1 is investigate, ask questions. Number 2, we want to find a problem. Number 3, we're going to offer a solution or service to that problem. Number 4, we're going to close for the appointment. Then 5 is repeat 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 is 5 them. 7 is 5 them again. So in other words, repeat the process over and over and over again. And when you're on the phone or if you're in person, closing one time is not going to do it. Okay, you can't just close once and expect to convert either the appointment or the listing. And I was told early on, once you feel like you pushed too far and you can't possibly do it again, you close one more time. Close one more time than you're comfortable with. And that's when the conversion will happen. Okay?
Man, you had some good coaching.
Thank you. Paid a lot for it. But
I was talking about me.
I know. Sweat equity.
Oh, all right.
So when you're on the phone with somebody, keep that in mind, because again, we're just essentially continuing to offer out what it is that they told us they want. Okay, so, and you can write this one down too. If I could, would you? Okay, so if I could sell your home for a number that you're happy with, would you sell? If I could net you the most amount of money possible that you're happy with, even with the commission, would you sell? Okay, that's an easy one.
Let me take you through this. You're prospecting, and we simply said, so I'm wondering, have you had any thought of selling? They said, yes. Great. Can I come over and list the house at 5 on Monday, or would 6 be better? How many people would say yes to that? Let me go back. I said, have you had any thought of selling? Yes. What did you just close for? You closed for an appointment to come over and list the house. When did I say I want to list it? I didn't, did I? So why would I have you come over? Let me take a FSBO. A FSBO knows they want to sell. What can we assume they don't want to do? They don't want to list. Now, are there a few that will put it out on the FSBO market to find an aggressive real estate agent?
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. And how you handle it might be your interview.
Mm-hmm.
But what we have to assume is they don't want to list. Why would they list? Why does a for sale by owner most start listing with a realtor after 4 weeks? I think what you said was they discovered that they needed a realtor. Right? I mean, basically they discovered, or they had a great realtor who came in and helped them realize that they had a problem and said, I got this solution for you. And the seller, FSBO, goes, huh, didn't know I had that problem and you got a great solution. I should list with you.
And if you're talking about a buy owner, an expired or withdrawn, whatever, your phrasing is very important. So I'm not asking to list the house. I'm just asking for the opportunity to explore the idea of listing the home with you. Because when you phrase it in the form of an option to a seller, they're much, much more receptive because they feel like you're not pinning them down to try and make a decision on the phone. So if you phrase it in the form of an option to them, they're much more receptive and much more likely to say yes.
So you see, it's the process. Is the verbiage important? Absolutely. Look, I don't want to fly on an airplane without the rivets, the nuts, and the bolts holding it all together, which is only about 7% of the aircraft. You'll see that words are the same part in regards to communication, but understanding how to get to the point that they'll say yes, that's the key. How do I get someone to say yes? If there's anything right now outside of how we started with, how do you make money in real estate again? Go talk to people. This is the next thing that you need to remember. This, if we taught you nothing else, and we just got you to understand this, that you have to ask questions to find out what their problems are, their issues, their needs. What's holding them back from being able to make a decision? What's caused them to think that they should sell it on their own? Because once I found that, I can fix the problem by offering a solution. There's a service that we have. if they see the value in it because they now recognize the problem, when I say, let's get together so that we can discuss the option, they say yes, because there's value in getting together with you.
And they're seeing the value that they're gonna get from you as opposed to you just trying to come out and get their business. Okay? It's gotta be bilateral. It's gotta be a win-win for each side.
So the first thing to remember, TTP. What is that? Talk to people. Then remember this, closing is a process. That would be CIAP. Closing is a process. Those are two things above all others today I must remember. I would write that down, highlight it, maybe even take and write it on the back of your hand. You ought to look at that on a daily basis. We talked about certain things throughout the entire 3 days that we need you guys to remember. And if you remembered those 30, those two, matter of fact, let me give you the other one, 4, 4, 12, 365. Those three things so far today. TTP, 4, 4, 12, 365, CIAP. Next. What do we have to offer? You guys know all these. Nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Now, when you're offering something to somebody, negotiation 101, make sure you're getting something in return for your value. So if you're willing to go through all this stuff, show them how you're able to help. In exchange, I'm going to ask from you the opportunity to explore the idea of listing with me. So I'm not asking for a decision, but I want you to give me the opportunity to explore that with you. So if everything does make sense and everything does check out, then I get to earn your business. And if you're willing to agree with that, I'm willing to come out and talk about how I may be able to help you. Okay? Don't give away your value for free.
I gotta show you something. Oh, you better look.
Yeah, you can't crack her.
Don't take it. It's hard, isn't it? Here's what I want you to know. This is a closing technique.
Yeah.
And for those who couldn't see, what I was doing was simply handing everybody my little remote clicker. And they were taking it. And then what I did is I said, don't take it. And he did everything to not look at it. I then started to put it right in his face and he had to look away, even to the point where I started to tuck it into his hands and he turned his hands in so I couldn't tuck it in. You succeeded in not taking it, but when you hand something to someone, what do? They take it. Now, here's the interesting part. When you take something, what do you have to do? Obligation is you have to give in return. It's called the law of reciprocity. It's just a natural human thing, whether or not you know you have it or not, you've got it. You take something, you have to give something in return. People who knock on doors and hand you little pamphlets understand that principle. Because once they get that little pamphlet in your hands, you owe them. And now you've got to have a conversation. So their whole mission is get something into your hands. So everything that we're talking about here is the law of reciprocity. Give them something of value and they have to give something in return. In our case, with where we're at right now, I want to give you this information. And all I'd like in return is an investment of your time that you would listen to what I've got to say to show you how. Law of reciprocity. Okay? Now, if you're wondering about the open house guest register sign in, there's nice little books that you can give someone that has cardstock in it. It's a very professional looking piece. Hopefully you guys have them yourselves when you're all doing open houses. Yeah. Cops.
I'm sorry, I need to verify this.
But what you do is you say, by the way, how are you having people sign in so that you know who's coming through your home? Well, we don't have anything. Tell you what, I'd be happy to give you an open house guest register. Then the only thing I'd ask is after you've qualified everyone to see what their thoughts are and you're following up with them, what will you be doing with all of the people that said they're not interested in your home? What would you do with that information? What are they going to do with it? They're going to throw it away. As long as you don't mind, once you follow up, you're done with the book, I'd be happy to come back, pick it up. And if you'd leave me those that aren't interested in your home, that'd be great. What did somebody just do for you? They held an open house for you, collected all of these names, phone numbers, email addresses, and handed them to you.
I offer, instead of doing a sign-in, the open house sign-in, I do feedback sheets. So
Oh.
I cut it into like fours, so they're like 4x6 size. And they have questions on there, so as they go through the house, they fill it out.
Here, you know what? That's a worthy idea. I'm going to give you the microphone so everybody can hear.
So I do feedback request sheets for open houses that are for sale by owner, and I offer them to them. It has my branding on them, and it asks a series of questions and feedback from the buyers as they're walking through the house, and it makes the buyers fill out their name and information, and then I ask the sellers for them back when they're done.
Give them something they don't have. And then when they're all done with them, I'll take the ones that you don't need. Fair trade. All right. Moving on. Repair ideas is the last thought. And that's simple, right? But again, one thing I caution, don't give away everything that you get paid to do. Make sure you got an opportunity to do the presentation to earn the business. But these are all ideas that you've got to offer something that would be of value to them. And of course, neighborhood information. All good there? So how do we stay in touch with our sphere of influence, these people that we know? If I never gave you any words and all you had was 4, you'd be all set. Any questions? All right. These guys are too easy.
I know.
Are we just about at break? Oh, we
We got
are.
about 4 minutes.
About 4 minutes. We'll take a break. Here's 4. You're going to talk about family, occupation, and real estate. Now, if you wanted, you could call that R, recreation. Otherwise, their interests. It would be a third subject matter you could talk to them about. E would be expectations. What are you expecting to do with the house in the next 2 years? What are you expecting to do for your housing over the next 2 years? Should we have them do that first without ever talking to them about it?
I don't think it's ready to break.
Wow. So just send them now?
Sure. No time like now.
You're a beast. Tell them what you want them to do.
So page 30, you can see the verbiage for your business capital base. And so what we're going to ask you to do, big ask, 1 phone call, make 1 phone call.
1 contact.
1 contact, good. 1 contact. So that doesn't mean just call someone and hang up after it rings once. Have a contact with somebody, have a conversation, practice 4, ask about how they're doing, and just have a normal conversation. Okay, and we'll be back at 2:45.
2:45.
So we'll give you guys 15 minutes to do that. Take a break, make a contact, get some water, and we'll be back here at 2:45.
So you got those 3 different ways, 4 different ways in there that you can just have a conversation with people. Or you just look at 4, you know what it is, go talk to them. And Identify whether or not to prospect,
I think,
who they know that's a prospect.
I think we're back in the schedule.
Should be pretty close.
Open house. So when you offer it, it's fast for. Right.
Remember what we were discussing yesterday? I know that's the problem, my friend.
I always like to say, look, you know, to be respectful for my sellers, they're requesting that anyone who comes through gives their name because they want to lose their house.
So it's not a problem in asking for it at the open house. You're asking, is it okay for me to take it from somebody who gathered it?
No, I'm asking. People who give it, they give it to the owner.
Right.
So if the owner gives it to me, is that his responsibility or?
For him to give it to you? You mean whose fault is it if there were an issue with it? I don't think there's any fault to it. Nothing says I can't give you somebody else's information.
And that was part of the requirement to come to the open house. They knew that. Don't overthink it.
Is it information that I've got? What says I can't give it? I'm not a mortgage person.
I told Frank, he said, no, we can't. The information of the owner.
Why?
I said, why? Because she said it's something that is. And I started off.
Yeah, don't overthink. No, I wouldn't give that idea if it were not legal.
No, I had that idea myself.
Yeah.
But still, just
Yeah,
wanted to.
no, that's fine. You can use that technique without doubt.
Thank you.
You're the man.
You're the man too.
No, you are.
We're both men.
What's that? Yeah, they're still out there and listening.
Okay, I have a question for you.
You're off camera now, though.
Well, do I need to get on camera to ask
No.
a question? Is it muted?
No,
Okay, well, anyway.
everybody hears everything right now you and I are saying.
Oh, very nice. Well,
Hi,
this is-
everybody. This is Shannon.
Hi, everyone. I have a question about marketing. for you. So my question is regarding giveaways. Can you do giveaways without if there's no aspect of referrals? So the giveaway is like a $50 gift card. If you go to an event.
Is there any point of chance?
What do you mean? Like, could a referral happen out of this event?
You want to do a giveaway?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to give you my name, phone number, email address for
No, it's not for their contact information. It would be they're sponsoring an event. Come to the event and check in, and you will be entered into the drawing to win a gift card. Anyone can go to the event. It's not specifically a referral.
You're probably fine with that.
Probably, but 100%.
It's the one thing because they talk about a game of chance.
Yeah.
Now, I think the key is that it's free.
Okay. The
So
event
that's
is free.
right. The event's free. There's no obligation to them.
I know social media wise, it's fine.
Yeah,
I didn't know
it's
for-
often at events like,
If you had to buy a ticket to enter.
yes, that might be the zinger, but I can definitely tell you that the law restricts us from doing anything with a game of chance.
Okay.
So what do I have to give you for the opportunity to win that prize?
You just have to go to the event.
And how do I register to,
You would take a picture.
and how do I win?
You're entered into a drawing.
Oh,
A random Google. They would enter all the names anyone can comment.
how do I get the name?
They have to go to the event and comment on the post. It
How do
would be
I-
like, it would be a social media post that would generate the names. So you would either comment or share that post or whatever that you went to the event.
What you and I should probably do is get a hold of my friend Jack Waller
Okay. And call her.
and go, here's an idea we're thinking about.
Okay.
How does this fall within our
Yeah.
rules and regulations?
'Cause I've seen, because I was looking this up, there are, but I didn't know specifically what states, but I've seen other, agents doing giveaways and stuff like that, so I wanted to know. From
Yeah,
the
there's,
marketing department, from-
I don't know what the fine line is.
Right,
But typically it's a game of chance.
okay,
But I think that involves inducement.
yeah,
So if you list your house with me, we will put you in
Right.
that
This
one is a
isn't-
definite
yeah.
illegal.
Well,
I
this
think
one
what
is
you're
like
talking about is
separate.
fine.
yeah, it's just like a community event, like, it wouldn't even be a question if it wasn't real estate agents, like, if I were,
Right,
and
right.
so, because it's in real estate, I wanna make
Yep.
sure that it's not in violation.
I think we're okay, but yeah, you and I are the one who probably be safe.
Yes, I'll send you a follow-up. email.
Yeah.
Let's, thank you so much.
Yeah, and actually with it, put the details as much as you can in regard to
Yes,
details
I
for
will.
it.
Because this question has come up with a lot of agents,
Yeah.
because it is a great way to generate social media interaction.
Yeah, because we're simply going, hey, do this
yeah.
for a chance
And
to,
anyone can do it, it's a great thing to do, so a lot of people are willing to
yes.
like and share comments, but I want to do that.
I think we'd be okay with that one.
Okay, I didn't know, if you have a contact that I can call and talk to, then I would.
Jack Waller.
Jack Waller,
Jack is our NCI
okay,
real estate school.
okay,
And if you want to just call,
yeah,
send me, I'll get you his information.
okay, I can.
That way,
If he has.
or maybe
digital
we should
presence,
do
I
it
should be able to
together.
sign it. Okay. If you would prefer
Get
to-
your immediate answer.
Huh.
I'll talk with him later about it.
Okay,
But yeah, NCI,
okay,
and it's Jack Waller.
I'll email you and I'll look it up.
Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, Oh, no, they're awesome. They're awesome.
It's all good. Yeah.
Even though like.
There's no wrong. Yeah. You came around. I live, we move. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I ride my bike. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Love it. Hey, you guys get it? Good. What time are you, Jameson? Still running?
Yeah, 6:45 for it. We're pretty much there.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes. I sent her an email. It's like I'd asked for before, and I said yes. Yeah, but I don't know what the delay was prior. But I think the only thing I saw the other day, and I just said, hey, have what you have to send, whatever they have. That's what you sent. But, I mean, it could, but first time I got asked, like Monday, so you've been going back and forth for. Okay. All right. I'll shoot.
There you go, man.
So she's probably like, what's this? And she's saying, okay, Chris, did you approve it? Not to say that. I'll shoot her a text to say, hey, check the mail is really. I love it. No, if that was something that we can face with, feel free to send it to Michelle and just CC me. Because she's tough. And like this particular, for the girl who processed on the CCN side in England, and the other girls on that, so she's always. Yeah. No, and I'm sorry for the delay. Let Rick know. I was kind of hoping he might be here. I was going to say hi. Oh, good. Yeah, let them know I'm anxious to meet. But I will, as soon as I go back, I'll shoot you a text saying, hey, you need overnight. Okay. Yeah.
This is great.
I'm really fine with that. Not the posters, it's like, yeah. Really.
I don't think we need to beat this. Here's the script. For that school building exercise. All right, so let's bring her back. Screen share back. Sammy, are you still monitoring?
Yes, but it's not coming.
Not there yet? Oh, hold on.
No.
Great, okay. All right, so everybody reached out and got a contact to their sphere, right?
Yeah.
Who had success? What'd you have, Dan?
A friend of mine I haven't talked to in a while. This was the business back in the day. I want to start looking at investment properties in Detroit. So.
Back quick, Joseph?
Associate for my council is looking to sell and buy. So I just sent my link invite.
Awesome, awesome. Who else did I see had success? Oh, there were more hands than that. Who else had success?
I have, but that's not that great. I got,
I'll take whatever you got.
I find a long lost friend of mine who's in the house in Troy for 12 years. So we talked, and we also go to both dialogues of this coming Saturday.
Awesome. See, I think the thing is we just can't be afraid to talk to them. Because if we simply will call and talk, stuff's gonna happen. It may not be this week, this month, this year. Could be 5 years from now. Could be that I talked to a friend and they said lake and I went, oh. And I started sending them lakefront properties and then I sent $2 million because I did it. But see, we've just got to listen for the yeses. That's the big key. So let's then, unless if you've got questions regarding your sphere, do you have any? How about those scripts or dialogues that we gave you? Are we good there? I think that the simple part is just make sure that you go talk to people. And, you know, Dawn, I share your story about your sphere. Dawn driving around, only for the instance time, otherwise I'd have you share, but Dawn drives around, will see something, remind her of someone, and she'll pick up the phone and make a call while she's driving. And that's using the drive time to your advantage. And it's just like, hey, I just drove by this, it made me think of you. How are things with, and you just strike up a conversation. Keep it simple. I think that's the biggie. That's the biggie. What was that? I don't know, it looked embarrassing.
Jennifer.
My cousin just messaged me out of absolutely nowhere and asked how much she thinks I could realistically sell her house for.
Wow.
I
But-
called her first.
Yeah, wrong one. But nonetheless, I'm gonna assume that you've done something that they called you or texted
I
you.
was posting on Facebook, so yeah. I'll look.
Was Bob yelling at her?
No, mine was a little more calm.
Need
Still
help?
was enthusiastic.
Awesome. All right, so mind of the expired. What we want to do before we leave today is simply walk you through expires. What do they think? How do they think? What are you going to experience? How many of you have called expireds on a, or let me even rephrase that, contacted expireds on any regular basis? Anybody in the room? Okay. And a lot of you go, well, there aren't any. No, guys, there's not as many, but they're still out there. And those that are not being contacted.
And what you should be doing, even from a buyer's perspective, is going back 3 to 4 years and looking at the properties that expired then, because chances are they were too high back then, but that price now may be market value because of the natural appreciation of the market. Plus, no one else is calling them. So you can either do it from a buyer's perspective, saying, hey, I have a buyer in the area. I saw your home was listed 3 years ago. You still have interest in selling, double dip it. Or you can do it just to try and find listing leads.
And by the way, it's not that I have a buyer. I'm working for Mr. and Mrs. Zukowicz.
Yep.
They're moving here from Tennessee and they are looking for a home in your area. Who do you know? How about you? Have you any thought of selling, Bob?
In order to do expired with HomeSnap Pro, unfortunately, you have to spend $99 so that you can get HomeSnap Pro expired, because it's gonna be the Pro Plus. I guarantee you it'll be the best $99 you spent for the year. The other thing is for those that have Remind, because of Real Comp, you can actually set up expired market pulse by zip code or however you want to do it, so that it actually shows up on your dashboard when you go into Remind Pro. You don't even have to go generate it. All you gotta do is set it up one time and it'll do it automatically for you.
So there's a lot of sources where you'll be able to get potential contact information for expireds. It's one of the things that holds people back from being able to call or work expireds. But guys, what's the one thing you don't need a phone number to do? And how many people do it? So there's very, very few, so that if you go out and knock on the door, totally different experience. So what causes listings not to sell? Price. Condition.
Presentation.
The presentation of the product, the exposure of it. The location itself. Bad agent. How about this? Tenants. You ever had any experience with that? You know, get them out. If it's a single family residential dwelling in a single family residential area, get them out. They're going to be in the way. If it's a multifamily, then you want them in. Property is more marketable with that. But tenants can absolutely be an issue. Here's the thing I want you to stay away from. It's overpriced. Everybody always says it's overpriced. If you're outside of our organization, most everybody is just going to tell an expired, well, you didn't sell because it's overpriced. What do we know? What's the reason it didn't sell? It's out of balance.
Think about that from the expired's point of view too. I just had my home on the market for 6 months. Nobody wanted it. Now I got all these people calling me, telling me that my home is overpriced and it's not worth what I was asking for. That's going to put you in a great mood, right? Okay. So we really have to assume their role, because expireds are much more touchy, much more emotionally invested, much more upset, much more frustrated. And for those of you that have never called them, they get pounded. So by 9 AM, let's say a home expired last night, by 9 AM, they probably already had 50 calls. Okay,
By the way, literal.
Yeah.
50.
so timing is very, very important. So you want to try and get there first. Okay, because odds are the first person, the first agent that expired seller talks to, they end up listening with that person about 85% of the time. Okay, so if you get there first, the odds are in your favor. So either early, first thing in the morning, or you want to try and get them in the evening when they get home from work.
So,
Good question.
oh, yes.
Can you contact a listing that's about to expire? Okay,
I'm not gonna answer that.
okay,
You don't feel comfortable in answering that? No.
okay.
See how easy that was?
But if a listing's about to expire and they contact you and invite you out, you can go.
That's the key part. So we cannot solicit the listings of other companies, even if we know it's about to expire. However, as Alex put it, if they contact us, doesn't matter where it's at in the length of the listing, we can go talk to them.
Because they've had enough and then they see you and they.
Yep, if they reach out to you and ask you to come out, fair game, but we cannot solicit them.
Just know that the owners, when you do call them, there's those 50 contacts. And they're going to be sometimes angry, they're gonna be frustrated. Just, Alex said, they just spent 6 months on the market and nobody wanted their home.
Let
Their
them,
home.
let them vent, let them express their frustration, let them hear about how bad we suck, let them know how terrible agents are, like just let it out.
Y'all are worthless.
Because after they get
You're
that out,
right.
then that opens up the possibility to have an actual conversation, right? But if we're trying to continue to cut them off and say, okay, yeah, I know you're mad, but can I come over and list your house? I know you had it on the market, but can I come over? It's like, no, let them talk, let them vent their frustration, and after they do, diffuse the situation and actually open up for actual conversation.
We pulled objection handling out of this course. But know this one thing, agree with them.
No matter what.
If they say that real estate agents are a bunch of horses' asses that are overpaid jerks, wow, I can appreciate that. Anybody run into an agent that's an overpaid jerk?
Yep.
I
agree with them all the time. I hate real estate agents, me too.
Dude, I gotta deal with them every day. I get it.
listen,
I get it.
yeah, I had to beat one down 2 times in the past week.
And that's key, right? Because, and people that spend a lot of time with us working on this, hear me talk about this all the time, they have a you versus me mentality. When you pick up the phone and you call them, okay, it's like, okay, this person's calling me, they're gonna try and ask me to do something I don't wanna do. So my human reaction is to reject, right? I'm gonna reject you, no matter what you say, even if it's good for me, I'm gonna reject. We wanna break it down to a point to where they know, understand, and feel like we're on their side. You know, you have an end goal, I have the same end goal. It's a matter of if we can work out the details in between to see if it makes sense for us to work together. Okay, we're on the same team. Okay, we want the same thing,
They can't argue with you if you agree.
right?
Think about that. They cannot argue if you agree.
And the
And-
second you do start to argue, you lost them completely.
It won't end until you agree.
Excuse me, I was just gonna say expireds are aware of their issues, where FSBOs are not necessarily aware of their issues.
Expireds are aware of their issue where FSBOs aren't necessarily aware of their issues.
Mhm.
That's why it takes about 4 weeks of experience on the market before they go, huh, maybe I do need a Realtor. Now, this is a squirrel. And if you don't know what those are, ask somebody that's next to you, but cut out the drama. Give me a freaking break, people. You have to deal with drama from your buyers and sellers every day. Do you really want to hear the drama from another real estate agent? Shut up and quit your whining. Good golly, I hate it. Anything that'll piss me off quicker? Somebody giving me their drama. Don't step up on your high horse on me. You will never hear me jump up faster. Anybody heard me do that before?
Yeah.
You have. You were there that day where I had that happen on the phone.
It was awesome to listen to. It's funny.
I won't put up with it. And you want to know who it is, by the way? I'm going to call somebody out. You look in the mirror. Millennials more than anyone else. Honest to God. Millennials more than anyone else. Look in the mirror. Don't be that. That is a bad reputation for our side. You got a sole responsibility to take care of the buyers and sellers you've been blessed to be able to take care of. Your drama with another real estate agent is not going to get things accomplished. Deal with the facts. Handle it, because this is what we do. We take care of people's problems. That's what we get paid for. So when we're working with each other, if we're working across with another company and another agent, don't put up with the drama. I'll deal with it for a little bit, but when you start talking down, no. When you want to talk to me on the same level, we'll talk. When you want to fix the problem, we'll fix the problem. Just don't be that agent. Now, that was a major squirrel. You can tell that bothers me, don't you?
Don't be the agent that starts off with, I've been in the market, I've been
Oh.
an agent for 40 years, now I know what I'm doing.
Could care less.
I could care less how long you've been in the business. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you how long I've been in the business if you throw that out at me.
Plus, most people that say that maybe sell one home a year, so.
Don't let people talk down to you. They don't need to know how long you've been in the business.
Right. That was one of my
Makes
first
them
calls.
no better. What was that?
One of my first calls on a property for a buyer, the guy was like, well, you're obviously new. And I was like, I don't know how that's relevant. Are you willing to do a land contract or not?
Isn't that simple? Don't let people intimidate you. I will share with you, and I tell this to my group all the time in the offices I've managed. You will be better than 90% of the real estate agents because of the education that you will receive. You got the greatest managers who've got the greatest care and concern, and we got great leadership and great owner leading the company. You're right. Head and shoulders above all the others. I don't know how else to put it. You will realize that you are superior to most other agents at any other company. Yes.
I was gonna give an example that happened to me once, on a deal. I don't wanna say she's a millennial, because I'm not sure, so I don't wanna put them in a stereotypical situation, but it was my seller, and she did not write the addendum properly to protect her buyer. But I wasn't gonna correct it because it helped my seller, so she didn't write that the repair had to be done by a licensed contractor. So my seller did it. Well, then when it came around to them looking at it, she was upset with me, and I said, well, with all due respect, I'm sure you have a really good company and a really good manager. I said, but you didn't write the addendum properly if you wanted that done that way. And, I just kind of use it as a teaching moment to her that maybe you should come work for us, because that wouldn't have happened.
Yes.
But, it was a situation where it didn't turn into drama, and she owned it, and she ended up having to pay out of her own pocket for the, it was mold in the attic, and so she gave a $1,500 credit to her buyer out of her own pocket. But, I was protecting my seller. I was
Yeah,
gonna make
absolutely.
that Just because she didn't write it done right. So I think, you just have to handle whatever drama you do run into, use it as an opportunity.
Handle respectfully.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Don't talk down to our, I don't know, what do you want to call them? Competition, our friends, our alliances, because we got to work with them. We're going to do deals. So in calling an expired, what's the goal? Say it. Why are you calling expired?
Make some money. Get that green, right?
That's why you need to know that is the reason I'm calling. And I'll take with a little abuse that I may have to, the spit, the vinegar, and all the other stuff that they want to do, to be able to know that in the end, if I handle this correctly, I'm going to make money. So what's the primary goal of actually contacting them? It's an appointment for the job interview. So I want you to think of it before you pick up the phone, before you knock on the door. It's in my head, I'm going, my goal before I leave, is to have an appointment for a job interview. You need, that is the end result of the phone call prior to hanging up. That's what I'm looking for.
And know this, when you're going out on an expired appointment, you're probably going to be competing with at least 2 or 3 other agents. Okay, so it's important to ask, which we'll get into this when we get to pre-qualifying, but who are you meeting with? When are they taking place? What are you looking for in an agent? You got to find out what's most important to that seller about the agent that they're looking to hire, because they're going to be much more skeptical and much more thorough this time around based on the experience they just went through.
Absolutely. So what if I can't get the appointment for the job interview? Then how about just a face-to-face appointment for any other reason? Now, notice that's secondary. Alex doesn't like that I put this in here still, do you?
No.
To see, why would I go meet with them face-to-face for some reason?
To waste time.
Build a rapport. And while I'm there, what am I going after? The job interview. Guys, you, again, why do you call expireds? Make money. So by the time I get on with the first phone call, what do I want? An appointment for a job interview. If I can't get that, would I take an appointment to just meet them face to face? Yes, but why would I do that? To build the rapport, to earn the respect that I may be able to get another appointment for a face-to-face job interview.
Who knows, when you actually make that appointment to do a face-to-face for any reason, when you actually go out there and see them face-to-face, talk to them, they might actually, by the time you go to leave, you might actually be ready to be the one who's hired for the job.
Matter of fact, what I would tell you is if I can just get together with them face to face. Here would be an example. Are you familiar with the 4 factors that affect the saleability of a home?
You're asking me that, right?
Yes.
But okay, no.
Thank you. Who knows what the 4 factors of saleability are? Raise your hands. Go ahead. I mean, you know them.
Wow.
1, 2 people. How many of you have been with Alex and I before? You all should know them.
So 3 people paid attention last time. That's good.
Thank you, Jeff. So Erica, for Hutch, it's been 6 years, and he still can't remember them. It's been 5 minutes. Ask that of any seller, what's their response gotta be? Unless if they've had a marketing degree, they probably really have no idea what you're talking about. So I would say, Erica, maybe we just figured out the reason your home didn't sell. Why don't we do this? I don't mind. Why don't we go ahead and get together? Let's look at those 4 factors. And hopefully we could then identify what went wrong and why your house didn't sell. Does that make sense to you? And you'd say, yeah, I do that, darling. Great. I know I don't sound like her, but she didn't respond because she was busy writing that down. I'm okay. You were writing that down. So now you say, yes, I'd say, great. You want to do that on Monday or Tuesday? Great. Now I could do, say, 1 o'clock, unless it's 4, it'd be better. 1 o'clock's great. By the way, if everything I say makes sense and you were to feel comfortable, that you were confident that we identified what was wrong, I'm just curious, if you knew after all of that, that maybe I was the right person to be able to get your home sold and still get you the most money possible, and we could get you to Texas still, would you be ready to list your home with me if you knew that? So I just turned what was an appointment to get face to face to find out what went wrong. I just turned it into an interview.
important thing to note, building on that, is when you're prospecting, no matter who you're talking to, you don't want to handle objections over the phone. Okay, so what's your commission? How long you been in the business? What do you think the price should be? Anything they throw out to you. That's a great question. It sounds like it's important to you. It'll be one of the first things that we discuss when we get face to face. Don't handle it over the phone. Okay?
Don't handle it at the door.
Because if you handle it over the phone, then there's no incentive for them to meet with you because you've given away all your value already over the phone.
Oh, let me go back.
It is.
If you meet with them just for that, don't try to handle the objection over the phone. No, you're already face to face with them. But it's not time to handle the objection. Handle objections when you have the interview.
Yep.
That's not what you're there for if that's what you were there for. Because they may ask you, so what's your commission? It's not time to handle that. You're not in the interview.
That's a great question. I'd love to go over that with you. When would be a great time for us to sit down and discuss that? What's tonight at 6 or tomorrow at 7 be better for you?
Look like where you're here now.
Well, I
Yeah.
understand, but there's a lot that we need to discuss and how I'm gonna be able to net you more money. Wouldn't you want to know what all of that is? So it makes sense to be able to talk more about that. Let me go ahead and run through, get everything set to where I can come back and actually interview for the job.
Or it sounds like you're very interested in getting your home on the market. I'd love to hear that. So what I'd love to do is get some information together for you. We can set a date tomorrow. I'll come back out and that way we can go through everything and see what it looks like if you do decide to list.
Is that fair?
So you want to address the objection, but you don't want to handle it.
You know what I really love?
Hmm.
There was about 5 or 6 voices that said, so what do you say?
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to ask, you guys. Ignore Scott.
So would you not be prepared
He
to
just ignored
work the interview or the face-to-face conversation into it? You do not have all this stuff together?
That's why I don't want to go out there just to get face to face, right? So I want to set an appointment to where when I go out there, I know that you're giving me the opportunity to talk about listing. And I know I'm going out there to give you all the information to see if it makes sense. My expectations are set.
Question.
Hold that thought.
I don't know.
She almost had me for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That didn't do it. 6. We're trying to skip all of this. It's the process, guys. It's the process. You're here for this. You weren't there for the interview. You're now going to try to handle everything without following the process. The only way it works if they go, oh my Lord, you are the gift to all expireds. Where do I sign?
Thank you.
Is that going to happen? Okay, so what do you always have with you? A listing agreement and agency disclosure because one goes hand in hand with the other. So if they go, you know what, Scott, you are phenomenal. Boy, did we make a mistake. I wish you had the first time. Can we sign now? Well, you're really good if that happens. And I'm not saying it won't, because it will, especially if you talk to enough of them. But you'll lose more than you will gain unless if you follow the process. Set up a job interview. It's the whole process that makes it work.
Well, you're
That-
interviewing them too.
Yep.
Yes.
I would be not upset if someone's like, yeah, it's not right now, but I'd be like, okay, what am I getting into?
Yeah.
You want to know what.
Why even really want to work with you? Why did it actually expire? Maybe it's because you're an idiot and it's expired.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I may not want to work with them.
Too, I would say there's been multiple occasions where I thought I was just on the like face-to-face report thing. It turned into a listing opportunity, and I had to say, I wasn't totally prepared for this. We were just looking at your house. We were just talking. I was fully excited about the opportunity. Can I come back tomorrow? I need to prepare, a proper documentation for this listing, and I don't have it with me have the CMA, we were having an intermediate conversation. I got surprised by a client who was like, yeah, come right now. So I came and all the information I had on the house was wrong, because the house hadn't sold in 30 years. And I had to walk away and go, you know what, I gotta come back tomorrow. And I'm still probably gonna be their salesperson. but-
Well, and the other part that I would add to all of that, you didn't pre-qualify them. You didn't get your pre-listing package into their hands prior to, which included all of your paperwork. It included your, everything about you, your company, your brand, what you're gonna do to sell houses, had all the comparables. You didn't have any of that. You can't properly interview and list it correctly and get them to do all the things that we're gonna give you without having the process in place.
So to piggyback off that then, why would you try to get a face to face?
Thank you.
Because to me, I would be going out there prepared with what I have on that. So even if it is incorrect, I would still be like, you know, I can tweak this.
Why do
and
you
that helps well.
pre-qualify?
We're not sure that it's a bona fide.
Yeah, but I'm.
Okay.
Not there yet.
So I'm gonna go back.
So here's my other thing.
Yeah.
What are you using for your excuse for a face-to-face appointment? Like, you don't want me to list your house, but can I come out and look at it?
So why do you think your home didn't sell?
Because you realtors don't want you doing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of realtors are out there. I mean, believe me, I got to work with them on a daily basis. I understand what you're saying. So what did your previous agent tell you your home was not selling for?
He didn't let me know.
Really? So communication was a bad issue then, right?
I guess.
Yeah. So at this point, do you have any idea why you feel the house didn't sell?
I don't think it was short.
Okay, so a lot of it's just on the shoulders of the agent. So they didn't communicate with you. They didn't tell you anything that they were doing. And what we definitely know is it wasn't shown enough. Is that right?
I maybe,
Okay, I don't know. I mean, did I miss something? Is that what you said?
yes.
Okay. Oh, wait, so wait a minute. All I did was repeat what you said. They can't, that's all I did, right? Did I not repeat what she said?
No, but I want to know, what are you using as your excuse to get a face?
I don't know. You haven't given me anything yet. So hang with me. You got to give me something. I haven't got it yet. But right now, I'm about to close for an appointment for the job interview. Can I speak frankly? Sounds like the agent you had sucked. Did they?
Yeah.
And you were frustrated with that situation.
Very frustrating.
So right now, you still want to move to Texas, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the techniques that I use to be able to get a home sold and actually realize the maximum value for your home, netting you the most? And by the way, still get you to Texas?
No.
We need to get together. Let me show you. How about we do this? I don't mind. Let me come over. Let me interview for the job. Tell you exactly what I do. If in the end you feel that I'm capable of doing that and we get you to Texas, I say we go ahead and get the home on the market, don't you?
Yeah.
How about Monday, or is Tuesday better?
Tuesday. So what you did is you just kept closing. So you-
No, I just closed one time.
No.
Didn't I?
Yeah, you only asked once.
I only asked once and you said yes. But what I did is I won, problem, one problem. And I said, here's a solution for you. This is what you want, isn't it? You said yes. That gave me the opportunity to close for the appointment for the job interview. Now, if you'd have said no, what would I do? 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. If you'd have said no, what would I do? 1, 2.
Right, and I get that, but I don't understand what the secondary goal for a face-to-face appointment.
It would be this. Are people going to allow you to come over and talk with them every time? Job interview? No. They're going to be steadfast. They're going to be hard. And they're going to say, no, I'm not ready for that. So what I may do is, okay, why do you think your house didn't sell? Throw me something. Throw me something, anybody.
People were telling me I had water in the basement.
Oh, water in the basement. You're kidding. Was there anything else that was keeping that from happening?
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow. I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? Sounds like we're not real certain as to what it exactly was that caused your house from selling. Let me offer this to you. You see if it works for you. And I don't mind. Why don't we go ahead and get together? let's walk through together. Take a look at the home and see if we can identify what exactly went wrong. Would that be beneficial to you? Great. And by the way, is there a reason that you're not wanting to relist the home right now?
I don't wanna wait to see. more about it.
Just want to wait and see. So you are open to interviewing agents for the job of getting the home sold then?
Yes.
But I'm dealing with somebody that's logical also.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's easy for him and I to look really good with this because we're dealing with people who are thinking logically when we do these role plays, these skill building exercises. When you're dealing with an expired, you're dealing with somebody's emotions.
Exactly, I was just thinking that, that's why it's going so smoothly, because she's not emotional right now.
And so that's where the secondary goal comes in. It's when I've closed and I can't get the appointment for the job interview, then let me get face to face. I can communicate much better, much fuller when I'm face to face, but I have to know the reason I'm there is for the same thing I called for originally, a job interview appointment.
And you gotta be able to learn how to diffuse and disarm somebody, especially an expired, right? Because emotions are high, they're upset, they're running, they're frustrated, but there's techniques you can use to disarm and diffuse somebody to where you bring them back down, and that way you're on the same side and you can open up and have an actual conversation.
Sure, son.
Yeah.
See, can you hear him through this mic? I was gonna say, it didn't sound like you were on.
The other thing he
Things are-
did was the response pattern, and I know we didn't talk about that, but the reason it's important is because he is letting you tell him the problems, what's wrong. He's just reiterating it, so it's getting into your brain that, okay, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm seeing, and he's just repeating. So that helps them to see it from an outside view, even though you're the one actually saying it. So that to me was the biggest game changer for me, was the response pattern. I used to skip that step every time. And then once I started doing it, it gave me time to think. It gave me time to gain their trust because I'm listening. And that's what he does consistently. So when you're thinking he's closing, he's actually just keeping you going, and then he closes once.
The response pattern is something we'll be covering in day 2. So you gotta show up next week to figure out what that is.
It was a consistent thing, even when you tried to stump me by saying, well, no, I didn't. Yep, with you, I didn't even reframe it. I said almost verbatim what you said, which tells you, dang, he's listening. He actually heard what I was saying. So response pattern is a key part to handling everything. And Dawn said, when she hit this, it gives you the time to think because you're thinking out loud when you repeat it. It gives you that delayed time for your mind to process it all to be able to come up with a response. By saying it, you're going, man, here's their issues. This is what you're, yeah, that's it. Okay. What do I have to solve that? So a response pattern is something that's really huge.
So no, I'm not trying, I don't want any agents or I'm just sending my sentence.
Oh, are you ever going to hear that one out of an expired? Did you hear it? So for those online, it was, well, no, I'm not going to hire an agent now. I'm going to just go ahead and do this by myself. What do you have? A for sale by owner. And we're going to treat them like that. So, you ready? No, I won't make you do it. Here's where I would go with it in the simplest terms. I go, oh, great, so you're going to sell it yourself. Okay, why would you do that? Yeah, so the agent just didn't do anything. They were not good. Was there anything that you really wanted them to do? Get it sold, right? So the next agent you hired, that's what you would want, is you want them to get it sold.
I don't know, just.
But if you did hire an agent, it would be get it sold, is that right? And it would be do whatever is necessary to be able to get that done.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just curious, are you familiar with the techniques that I use to be able to get homes sold?
I don't think you.
It would appear that all agents do the same thing, doesn't it? Are you familiar with the 3 different levels of service that I provide? You're not? Wow, well, I'll tell you what, why don't we do this out of line?
And if you ever get yourself stuck in a situation, you're not sure how to respond after someone throws that out to you. For example, yeah, the last agent was horrible. I want to sell it myself. Oh, really? Well, tell me more about that. Why would you want to do that? And let them talk, because that's going to give you greater insight as to why it is that they're doing what they want to do. And then you'll know where to go next. So tell me more about that, right? Let them explain themselves and the reasoning behind what it is they're trying to accomplish.
By the way, this is fun.
I want to know your 3 levels here.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Did I do that in here?
I don't think so.
You know what,
Location,
Erica?
price.
Because you asked, I will make sure that you get it.
Oh, thank you. I'll share it.
Well, she was the only one who wanted it.
I'll share it with her. I have no problem.
Does that mean you're asking too?
Absolutely.
Is there anybody else who would want it? All right, that's an extra charge of $600.
Yeah.
Is mine free? I give it charge me, right?
Erica, you're solely responsible to make sure that I do that for us.
Okay.
And then I get that in everybody's hands.
Yep.
Because I actually did, I'm pretty sure I don't have it in the
Yeah, I don't
book.
think it's in here either.
What?
It's on the OneDrive.
Oh, okay.
Where is it?
It's in the OneDrive.
Is it on OneDrive? Great, and everybody's going, what OneDrive? We'll get it to
We'll get
you.
it. We'll get it to you.
Sherry, can you remember that if maybe we should just print that out for next week?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Might as well.
yeah, because it could be part of the free listing package. So yeah, if we could do that, Sherry's gonna print it out for us then and we'll have it for you next week.
What is your written out?
The menu of services.
Menu of services. Yeah.
All right. All right. That, my friend, is dangling a carrot.
Yeah.
We'll see y'all next week. All right. Making that first, yeah. And by the way, if you really want to know, Caroline absolutely uses this a lot. So every appointment you go out on, you're going, hey, I've got these 3, which do you choose? How many times have you gotten a 7%?
I've not, but I've won over another agent that was offering.
Because, yeah, over, yeah. I love it.
Yep.
All right. So no, when you make that first contact, others have called him. Matter of fact, he's already said 50.
Yep.
There's more that are going to call him.
And you have to go into the mindset of, yeah, you may have talked to 100 agents so far, but you haven't talked to Caroline yet. You haven't talked to Jonathan yet. You haven't talked to me yet, right? So I don't care how many conversations you've already had. You haven't had a chance to talk to me yet.
And the other stuff, it's in the book, right?
Yep.
This is just a matter of what to expect. But above all else, I still remember coming back into selling full-time August of 2010. Everybody remember the market? We were just about at the bottom. Just about. 2011 is when it started to come back up again. And I'm walking into an office of negative people. It's tough to stay positive in a negative network. And I'm listening to these people, I'm going, shut up. I mean, by the way, that's what I said. Have you guys heard yourselves? You wouldn't list with yourselves talking the way that you are. I walk in and I say that, you know what? I'll have your house sold in 30 days or less. And I did. It was consistent. But you want to know why? Positive attitude, and I knew what to do. You got to know the house will sell. All they have to do is listen to you.
And you have to have confidence in what you're saying.
You can sell a pig pen.
You want to share it, Jeff?
Yeah, we sold a pig pen. It was gross.
It was gross.
I know, right? It's holding.
A week, right? It was less than a week.
It was Thanksgiving and one realtor was bugging you calling.
That's right. He wanted me to present it on Thanksgiving Day.
100 days, 2 days. Yeah, it didn't take long. Got price it right.
You know what you have to do in simplest terms? Say it. You guys know it. Not price it right. Put it in balance. It'll make more sense in a bit.
Speaking
Okay.
of Big pen, what did I tell you? About you?
Oh,
There's
there's a, don't let your personal thoughts on what your pen are like, because there's a pig for every pen, just like there's an ass for every seat. That was my first broker. It was like, that's good stuff.
Yeah, it was my listing. How long is it gonna take for this thing to sell, versus sell this? Weeks, months?
No,
Days.
Just days.
just a couple days.
Gone.
You want to do 15 minutes?
Okay.
I bet we could do 10.
We just got, yeah.
Yeah, let's go 10 minutes. How many of you enjoy role playing? Show of hands, role playing? Like, okay. Those who don't, then I would assume you left your arm down? Yeah, okay. It's just not working. Thank you, Rachel. All right, we're gonna call it skill building for you guys.
It's role playing, all right? It's role playing. It's good. Trust me. It's
So
you
on
got-
page,
Page 36 is the expired script. So we're gonna ask you guys to pair up and we're gonna do about 10 minutes of role playing. Everyone go through the script, be easy on them. This is just about getting comfortable with the script, going through it, asking the questions, and then we'll regroup in about 10 minutes.
just partner up. Go through it once, switch roles, let the other person, don't beat them up. Don't beat them up. Let them go through the script. Move around if you have to. Here's, if you have to, this is how we find a role play partner. We do this.
Role play partner? So we just got this one.
And we could, if we had time, role play that. But the only thing that's really interesting is how many people remember that. And that's another one that, man, when you understand that concept.
You can handle the situation.
But don't know if that's anything to do with it.
All right, let's bring it back together. Somebody do it.
We're having fun with this. All right, you guys.
Let's bring it back together.
Come on back, come on back. So you guys got to remember this experience. It's like, I don't like role playing.
Yeah, there's just
And then we
chaos.
can't get you to stop. By the way, part of the role playing is all that discussion you had about what you were talking about and what you did with the role play, wasn't it? And then you got into other stuff. And we know that you get into other stuff, and that's okay because it's the aspect of getting to know people you don't know and sharing those experiences. So
And you all role played and you live to tell the story, so it's not that bad, right? No blood.
any questions from it?
So, we were just.
We're not taking questions.
You've succeeded your limit.
No, go ahead, Erica.
So when we were doing our role playing, we noticed there was like a little stumble in the part where it's like, right in the beginning actually, so it's like that your home is no longer available for purchase, is that correct? Well, if your home had sold, where would you be going next? So she like didn't really answer me like whether or not, you know what I mean, like if it was still for purchase, did she sell it, didn't it sell? Like it was almost like, I don't know for sure, but I just assumed it didn't sell because even though she didn't tell me, and I just went into, so if your home had sold, where would you go next?
So did she know if it had expired?
Well, she's.
In the role play?
Yeah, in the role play she should, but like in the, she just didn't really answer. She goes, no, it's just not available anymore. That's what she said.
Okay. What does that mean?
Oh, so basically ask that, then. Okay.
And the reason why it's in there is because some agents won't notify the sellers when it expires, so they don't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dang, that's
And by the way, you can have very upset sellers.
Very,
Experienced one time.
many times been cussed out over that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I made that mistake one
Oh,
time.
really?
Yeah, ouch, ouch. But yeah, you need to keep on top of and make sure you're looking for the extension. Otherwise you'll have a very upset seller and you don't want that. But bottom line, it does happen and they don't even know, and you're the one who actually delivered the news. So, but here would be the clarification for you on that. If they don't answer your question, ask your question another way. That makes sense? Okay, because it's very possible they won't know. Everybody good?
37.
Here we go.
All right. So the four components that affect the saleability of a home, which Darwin alluded to earlier. We want to ask if their previous agent discussed the four components, because 9 times out of 10, they didn't. Okay, so what are they? MP3, that's an easy one to keep in mind. MP3, so one is the market.
By the way, just a quickie. I alluded to it. I gave you the verbiage. It's in the book, right?
Yep, it's in the book.
So all you gotta do for right now is know that verbiage is in the book. Ask it as it's written, knowing that they don't know. And I want to impact because I was a little dumbfounded when we had, what, 2 or 3 hands raised? How many of them, now that you see this, you're going, oh yes, I remember this? Okay. This is the premise for how you market real estate. This is the premise under how you understand how to price properties. When we're through with this, if it doesn't come together like that, we need to talk further. Because did the other agent mention anything about the 4 components that cause a home to sell? Or did the other agent mention anything about the 4 factors that may have caused your property not to sell? Because these 4 come together when you understand them.
This is your value proposition. Okay, so MP3, number one is the market. Number two is promotion. And this is very too important to understand. There's only two markets, two real estate markets, okay? Public. And this is very important when it comes to for sale by owners. So the public is suspects and prospects, and then we have the realtor community. Okay, those are the two markets. And we'll touch more on that in day two.
And then understand, the realtors are where the buyers are.
Yeah.
85% of the people who bought a home worked with a real estate agent. What is the other 15%? New construction for sale by owners. Are sellers who we're talking to interested in either one of those two? Probably not.
Or investors.
Or could be investors.
Who's looking for a discounted property anyway, right? So we've got the market, we've got promotion. The third is we got property. And the fourth is we have price, okay? And we want to be visual with this, okay? So when we're talking to a seller, we want to ensure that the property and the price is in balance, okay? We don't want to say your home is overpriced, it's not worth what you want. No, we're out of balance, okay? So we got to make a correction,
Everybody do this.
okay?
This is being visual. We want to be in balance. Talk visually, right? I gotta land this point right now. You gotta talk visually, but let's set your pen down. I don't want you to write on yourself, okay? Now, watch very, and you guys do this too. Okay. Watch very closely. I want you to take your thumb and forefinger, put them together. Everybody watching? Put them right on your chin.
You got a couple people.
Oh, I got a lot of people because that's not your chin. Chin is here. This is cheeks. Now, I set you up big time for that, didn't I? So watch really close, and you guys got it too, if you participated. Put right on, and I did this, your chin. I didn't go, put them on your chin. I said, go ahead and put them on your chin. Visual, that's how we communicate. Never tell them anything alone that you can show them. This is how easy it is. So Mr. and Mrs. Seller, when we get down to it, we simply got to put the property in balance with the price. That makes sense, doesn't it? And they go, yeah.
Sounds a lot better than your home is overpriced, so we got to drop the price, right? Okay, delivery is important. So remember that, MP3, okay, MP3 for short, we got to remember that.
It's the simplest way to remember market. Oh, did I give them any verbiage? Guys, here's the simple part of this.
No, you didn't.
So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, you're familiar with four components of a successful sale? No, we're not. Well, the first one is the market. You guys just jump in with me here. We're going to keep it simple. First one is the market. Now, I'm just curious. Can you, I, or anyone do anything about the market?
No.
The second one is promotion. And that's what you hire me to take care of. It is to provide you with complete exposure. And you want me to provide a complete exposure to only two markets. And Mr. and Mrs. Seller, there are only two markets for us to expose your property to. One is the general public. Now that's what I call the prospects and the suspects. If I'm right, you're not looking for a prospect or a suspect to come walking through the house, are you? Then our only other market, and the one that we really want to focus upon, is the realtor community, because that's where our buyers are. Matter of fact, 85% of the people who bought a home worked with a real estate agent. So I want you to see that as I've set up my marketing strategy, I've set it up knowing that all the things I do have to cue in toward exposing your home to the realtors. Now, why do I have all this other stuff I do to market to the general public? Because suspects become prospects and prospects become buyers. And we want to capture them before anybody else does so that we can sell our clients' homes. After all, isn't that what you would want? Then great. Then the only thing that we have left is the property and price. And that's what you control, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. Now what we have to do is to help you establish a realistic competitive asking price, which puts us in balance between your property and your price. If those two are in balance, we'll have your home sold in less than 30 days. How would that meet your goals? Now, if you understand that, you're going to be able to use this on expireds. You're going to be able to use this on for sale by owners. You're going to be able to use this in the future when you actually have to get price adjustments. And by the way, they still happen today. But you have to use this. Because now I can go out to my seller and say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we need to discuss what we're doing in regards to our marketing activity. And the first thing I know is I've taken a look at the last 2 weeks and I've sent you that report. You see that what we actually have had is about 12 showings. Now that's because I've been doing everything that I've been doing in the marketing strategy up through the menu of services that we chose with the gold program. This is the same gold program that sells most of my homes. And as you can tell, it has done the job and I provided the complete exposure that we needed in regards to the promotion of your property. Wouldn't you agree? And they say, fantastic. Then the only two things that are left over that either of us have control is the property and the price. What's become quite apparent is that we're out of balance. And we need to bring our property closer to the price or our price closer to the property. Which one do you choose? You see, they only have two options now, don't they? They can improve the property or they can reduce the price. Or as I put it, bring the price closer to the property. Which do you choose? By the way, what else was I doing the whole time period?
And all that stems back to how you present pricing at the presentation, which is what we'll get into in day 3.
That's where you're going to learn all of this coming together. And you'll have the guts to actually have them tell you the asking price. And they will like you, trust you, and respect you, and actually tell you the price. It's so fun when that happens. All right, what do we got left? Anything?
Just this. So.
Oh, the good news.
Yep. So like he alluded to earlier, if you want someone to call you back and you're stopping at a house, they're not there, leave a card right on the back. Have good news, please call. Leave your number.
That's it.
That's it.
Don't change that. Then be prepared. Because they're going to call.
Yeah, and they're gonna want to know what the good news is.
Okay?
So. Okay. I know, I don't think anyone's gonna ask.
Apparently not. Okay.
Yeah.
What? Thank you, Steve. I love you, man. What do you think the good news is? I left this on the house of an expired listing. It's on the door.
I can sell your house.
Tell them what they won, Johnny.
That's it.
I think, James, we need to role play it. You ready? Yeah, hi. Is it James?
This is James.
James, I got your card on my door. It said that you have good news.
I've got great news.
Really?
Yeah,
What's that?
I can help you sell your house.
Any questions?
Great news. Easy
Okay.
enough? All right. So where do we find expireds? You have to do it. You gotta
Here
do
we
it.
go. How do we find expireds?
So the best way that I have found to find expireds is a website called redx.com. Okay, there is a fee, about $79, and you can add certain different sources of business as well. So it goes up to $199 a month. But just know, when you're calling expireds, the accuracy rate between the phone number, the name, and the address is about 30%. So you get a ton of wrong numbers, disconnected numbers, wrong addresses, wrong names. It's just a part of the process.
But what are you gonna do when you're actually talking to somebody who has the wrong number?
I've gotten business that way too, so ask.
Well, listen, I was trying to reach out to them to find out why their home expired and see if I could actually help, but seeing you're not them and you don't know them, out of curiosity, thought, have you given any consideration to selling your own home? Buying one? You know anybody who does? Have a great day. What do you lose? Just talk to people. Homework.
Yep, so for your homework assignment, we're gonna ask that you guys put together, build and finalize a personal schedule for yourself. Okay,
Time block.
time block, your week.
Plan your work day and what you're going to do throughout the day.
Okay, so hammer down your schedule. We're gonna also ask that you contact at least one expired. One, okay?
Just one.
One per week.
Again, contact as defined.
And then we're also going to ask you to add 5 SOI contacts to your database this week. So it doesn't matter who it comes from. You meet someone at the gym, you meet someone at the gas station, you meet someone at the grocery store. Add 5 people to your database this week. Okay, hammer down your schedule, contact, have a conversation with one expired, and add 5 people to your database this week.
And with that, we're gonna bring the boss down, let him send us home.
Oh. How's today? Forget. Everybody, so how was today, really? It was good? Yeah? I mean, seriously, what did you like about it? John, Luigi, what did you like about today?
Always great stuff, always updating us, keeping our tools sharpened, lots of good information for everybody participating.
Okay. I was getting texts during it about just ideas like Jessica Jones. We really need to hear her speak about what she's doing in social media. And I was getting different things. I think we'll add as we go. Dawn, you've been through a million of these. What did you like about today for you?
Well, I think it's the same thing, just back to the basics, remembering some of the things that I should be doing or reinforcing some of the things I am doing that work. It's always good.
Okay. Jonathan, I mean, some of this I know is review, but what did you like about today? What do you feel like you took away from?
Well, I was saying as we came back from break, there's things that, you know, written down, I've been through, and then we get here and he says, well, what are the 4 things, you know, and it's like, what are they? And it's kind of that Blues Clues theory. I don't know if you're familiar with that. They show the same Blues Clues 5 days in a row because you need that repetition.
Yep.
You're actually gonna. So I'm always taking new information and then getting new ideas and then trying to act on them. You can't act on all of them. You got 5 pages to know, but you can try.
Yeah, amen. Amen. Belleville Group. Anything, James, Jessica, you guys really grabbed out of today? Did you feel like- Yeah,
Every single weekend.
I do too.
And if you're a new agent or you're an experienced agent, I'm 9 years in now, these are the building blocks that every single one of us needs to do with the system. So
Yeah.
that's why I keep coming back. So
Yeah, amen. Yeah, I hope you felt like today was really supportive. You know, we talked, I forget the group I was with, Jen, you and I, and your mentee at lunch, but I think just having an environment of kind of everybody pulling in the same direction and trying to get back to the basics, getting back to doing the things we know we need to do, but we avert. I think that's the key. And the great thing about right now, you guys, not to sell it, but just to be real with you, is this is the absolute perfect training at the perfect time. I mean, we know we need listings, right? But we've got 3 weeks together that if we go out and implement and make a difference, it's going to springboard your whole spring in the back half of the year. So I hope you felt that today. I think it was a great day. I always think it's a great day when we go through this kind of thing and we're working on it. So here's the good news, bad news. The bad news is we don't get together for another 7 days. And I can guarantee you, if you don't do something with this in the next 24 hours, you'll forget 50% of it. And so it is critical, Darwin and I were talking in the hall, it is critical that you talk to some people in the next week. It is critical you pick up the phone and implement some of these things. It's critical you take action. It's critical you talk to your manager. And if, I know Bob, he's 150 flipping miles an hour, but he is a wealth of expertise that he'll meet with you individually. Steve, I know I've seen you come over to Clarkston, you've met with him. He'll attend a sales meeting. If any of those passive marketing tools you want to get installed, you don't know what they do, you're not using them, whether it be AdWorks or any of that, reach out to Bob, talk to your manager, see if you can set up a workshop in the office. But the bad news is we're human, right? You just had a great day. I can tell by the nods in the room, either they want out of here real quick and they're just, yeah, Chris, whatever, man. Or they really got a lot out of it and they feel refreshed. The bad news is we're human and we go back tomorrow and it's hard not to slide back into our old habits. So I really encourage you to look at this next week as a challenge, attack it every day to implement it. Jonathan, I think you're just like me. I fill up pages of notes and it's like there's something wrong with me that I hate the white spots, meaning the empty spots. So I fill it up. I encourage you to go rewrite your notes tonight. I encourage you to highlight the game-changing things that you know right now you can install tomorrow and they'll make a difference, whether it's a script, whether it's, something Alex was talking about this morning about taking your mornings back and maximizing your day, whether it be something, how they're approaching all the different things. So the bad news is we don't get together for a week. The good news is I think you guys got your buckets full. And now the key is to go out and talk to people and get on the phone and work at it. Because the key, I think these two would agree, is this is a building session. This is a block to which they are going to build on top of next week. So it's critical you start to work at these things and try them and practice them, because next week now you're going to dive even deeper. Okay, I'll give you a quote and then we'll wrap up. How many people want to be great? Steve, no? You're kind of like that mediocre space with me. This guy, man, psychologically, he ain't doing this.
Right.
Hey, no, he's okay. How many people want to be great? No, really, I'm skeptical on you people. How many people want to be great? How many people are committed to being great? Bold. Let me tell you the difference. I'm just calling you out. I'm keeping it real. Here's the difference between wanting to be great and being committed to being great. Wanting to be great is you're interested in doing it, right? We want to do it when it's convenient. Committed to being great is you accept zero excuses, only results. It's a subtle difference, isn't it? It's being obsessed with being great. It's being obsessed with being the best we can be. It's eliminating excuses, not taking excuses, not accepting excuses. We got to get it done. Unfortunately, we're not in the try business. There's a lot of your friends that are in the try business. They go to work, they try, the 30 days leading up, Bill, to their performance review, they're on their best behavior, so they get that 3 to 6% bump. We get paid squat for trying. We get paid for doing. And so think about that this week. You all wrote at the beginning what your why was and why you're here and what you want to accomplish and who personally is it going to benefit. Is it going to benefit your wife, your significant other, your children, your retirement, whatever it is? We're all wired for something. Commit to it. Make this week, this day, the start of when you're going to quit just wanting to be great and you're going to commit to it. And know that there'll be obstacles. Know there's going to be hurt. I mean, they get any rejection in this business? You got to learn to love rejection. My brother-in-law said you got to learn to love the suck. Not sure what that really, but the point is you got to like almost embrace it, right? It's like, yeah, only 9 more of those phone slams and I got a yes. Yeah, I mean, but that's the mindset. But if you're serious about what you wrote on early, you got to commit to it. And it may get a little harder before it gets better, but it's the only way to the finish line. So hopefully you like that quote. It's one of my favorite. Hopefully you had a great day. I think we're ready to send them
Absolutely.
on the way. Same time, same place.
Same time, same place, start at 9:30 sharp.
And I think Sherry, we got a sponsor, so lunch will be covered next week or no? AmeriFirst. So we got lunch for you again next week, okay?
And by the way, always remember the best way to thank our sponsors is do what? Send them to business. Absolutely.
All right, safe travels.